Being okay, got it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Okay. Well, you can pause now.
I can.
Pause.
Okay.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
Nice to meet you all of you. So good to see so many women.
Oh, good. Fantastic. Melanie.
Radio, just give me a thumbs up, right?
Okay, is Dr. Amino in yet? I don't hear her respond. It's 3 o'clock, ladies.
Okay. Good morning, good day, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. And we are so happy to have all of you global change makers participating in this global event. Welcome to the 3rd Global Conference of the Female Wave of Change, where today we will be having over 250 participants from 37 countries and 6 continents who aim to make this conference a success as together we ride on the major wave of change across the world. Who am I? My name is Tebello Mkhema. I am the ambassador of Female Wave of Change in South Africa, and I'm connecting with you from Pretoria in South Africa. And I will be co-hosting this conference with my colleague Tato. For now, let me hand over to my awesome and highly capable host for today, Tato Belang.
Hello, hello, hello. Thank you, Tebello. It is exciting for me to be here this afternoon on this beautiful and sunny day in Johannesburg, South Africa. Indeed, it is our pleasure to welcome you to this 3rd and amazing, exciting conference of Female Wave of Change. We are convened here today from all corners of the world. As Tebello said, 6 continents, 37 countries, and we're expecting just under 300 people on this call this afternoon. How exciting is this? All with the possibility of technology. Who knew that in one screen you would have 37 countries together? It is really, really exciting. I'd like to believe that each of us are here today not only because we want to see the change happen in our lifetime, but we are because we are also deeply committed to being that change, and we want to leave a legacy of positive change that will be experienced by generations to come. I hope you noted how many times I've used change in that sentence, because we are here today to be the change. My name is Tato Belang, and I'm a wave maker for Female Wave of Change here in South Africa. And as Tebello said, I'm the co-host for the 2 days, and I'm really looking forward to connecting and engaging with all of you. And today here in South Africa, we celebrate Heritage Day, We celebrate our uniqueness, we celebrate our differences, we celebrate our diversity as people of different cultures, different skin colors, different genders, and we bring all of that today and we say we are here and we love to unite. And so with all this spirit of celebration, we send it all to all of you guys, wherever you might find yourself. Bring in the celebration. Let us be in joy together. What an awesome way to celebrate Heritage Day with all these incredible, beautiful women from across the world. A quick refresh on what our agenda looks like today. We're going to have another warm welcome by our founder, Ingun, and one of the board members, Dr. Lumka. Then we're going to have a nice dialogue, powerful dialogue by Female Wave of Change global speakers, global ambassadors. Then we're going to have the rest of the program will be filled with our respective pillars, sharing their vision and activities that they are up to, that they've done, and the upcoming activities. So really looking forward to that. And then we wrap up for the day. Let's just get some logistics out of the way while we're at it. We're going to ask you to, once we begin, for the sake of stable connectivity and bandwidth, we're going to ask, if you're not speaking, to please switch off your camera. There's going to be a time when we ask all of us to switch on a camera so that we can capture this beautiful and auspicious moment and we can put it in the history of time. So we're going to ask you to do that. But in the meantime, you can just switch to speaker view on the view button on Zoom so that you can see each speaker as they come on. Also, today we use the hashtag FWOC, so Female Wave of Change, FWOC Wave 2021. I'll put this on the chat box as well. Let's use it, let's tweet, let's continue to carry and make sure that the wave is felt right through the social media spaces. So I'm just gonna go right ahead and put it on the chat box. So guys, it's a great afternoon, and I know that it's not just women. I'm grateful for the men that are also here today. So as we begin a very tight but exciting program, here's my invitation to you this afternoon, morning, evening, wherever in the world you are. I invite you to fully be present in the here and now, to contribute meaningfully and engage with us during this time, to learn as much as you can possibly can, but importantly, have loads of fun. And here's a question that I need you to please ponder on during the rest of the program today into tomorrow. Why are you here today? What led you here today? And what in you are you hoping to activate or to ignite during your time here? We'll revisit this question again tomorrow at the end of the program. I just want you to let it simmer in your head. For now, sit tight, keep hydrated, be curious and open-minded, and again, have lots and lots of fun. With that, allow me to please introduce Dr. Lumka Maneli, who is the Female Wave of Change board member, and Ingun Ball, the founder and president of Female Wave of Change.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone. My name is Lumka Maneli, as Tato have said, and thank you very much, Tato, for that warm welcome to everyone. And I just love the energy that we are starting with, and I hope that we're going to keep that energy throughout our program. I am so pleased to be part of this wonderful event and excited to be welcoming you all. I hope we are also excited to be here, looking forward to be inspired by amazing speakers that we have, a wave of change around the world. Now, for all those of you who have had the opportunity to pick or to have a look at our program, you will see that there's a lot in store. And if you think it's too much, bear with us. It is an indication that this wave has grown bigger and bigger. Now, I would really love to also acknowledge and thank everyone who made this day possible, the team that worked tirelessly to make this possible. Big up to all of you guys. Today, like Tato has also said, we're going to start with the very great, kickstart the program with a great speaker, Dr. Amina Ali. And then we're going to hear also from the global teams, named the global ambassadors and our pillars, where they are going to be sharing their visions and their activities, projects that they've been busy with and projects that they are continuing with it. In line with our belief as Female of Change of thinking global but acting local, tomorrow the wave of change will be traveling around the world to the countries where Female of Change is represented, as we're going to be visiting the local chapters, seeing what the women there are up to and what the teams have been doing. And we hope that you are going to be inspired. So we hope with this conference to really inspire people into action, to be responsive, to be aware of the challenges in their communities and to act, and remembering that you are never too small to make a difference. And if you think that you can't do great things, do the small things great. And we also hope to awaken people to the opportunities that are there, remembering that a crisis is a terrible thing to waste. And so even with this pandemic and other challenges that we have in different parts of the world, there's still always opportunities. And we hope that our teams are going to make you realize this. There's still opportunities, sometimes even if it's just an opportunity to do things better. That is an opportunity. So without wasting much time, I'm going to hand over now to our founder and the president, Ingun Ball. Thank you very much.
Wow, what an amazing start of our third official Female Wave of Change Global Conference 2021, a wave of change around the world. Looking back, I realized that 5 years ago, we actually started this one event. We became more and more aware that we live in a world of change, rapid change. Change is good, rapid change is fine, but the direction in which we were heading was not okay. We had created a world I was not proud of to leave to the next generations. A world and a society that was based on the very masculine way of thinking. For me, it became very clear that we needed our feminine values and our feminine energy to change the direction of what was going on. That women had to step into their leadership, take responsibility of their own future, the future of their family, the community, and in the end, the world at large. 5 years ago, the plan was to schedule that one event, just to create awareness and support women to take the next step. Who could have thought that almost 5 years down the road, we are represented in around 45 countries, that more and more women are guided to step into their authentic feminine leadership with our education program, that we have been able to support many women, families, and communities online when COVID ended on our doorstep, that our local organizations can move slowly again into their countries where so much work needs to be done. This is only the beginning. Worldwide, there are more challenges than ever. We cannot solve everything, but we can contribute to the solutions. Therefore, we need to be ready. Remember the poem of the Hopi leader. We are the ones that we have been waiting for. Yes, we are the ones who can bring change in this world. We can all be that drop in the ocean that will cause that ripple, that wave. We can when we all step in our authentic feminine leadership. Leadership that is based on our feminine values and energy, based on empathy, compassion, on collaboration, on vulnerability, on courage, on hope, on resilience, on acting from our heart and our gut feeling. Last week, I picked up this quote, "When women lead, humanity wins." And I believe this is so true. We are here to shine. We are here to change the narrative. We are here to change, to reshape the future. To do so, we need all of you. We need to create a society where all our decision-making is based on the impact on humanity, the impact on our planet. We need to create awareness that our health is significant. We need to be physically, mentally, and emotionally healthy to be able to do what we need to be doing here. We need to offer our children, the next generation, to grow up in a safe environment and to offer them the opportunity to grow up into the unique personalities they are. Create an environment of lifelong learning. And we need to support women worldwide to become financially independent, build sustainable income streams, and create new opportunities together. There is no more time to sit back and wait for things to happen. Make it happen. It is not anymore about a seat at the table. Create the table. Forget about fighting the old. It is about creating the new. Stop trying to be one of the guys. We are not. You are born to be your authentic self, who is supposed to stand out and not to fit in. I challenge the older and wise generation to take responsibility and guide the next generations into a world that is fit for them. They need your wisdom. Be their mentors, their guides, their storytellers. The younger generations are better educated than ever, but they need your experience and your wisdom. I challenge even more the younger generation. We are shaping your future. You want to be there. We need to hear your voice. I challenge our men, our partners, our fathers, our brothers, our sons to join us on our quest. We need to do this together, okay? We need to do this together and we want to do this together. I challenge all of you. I wish you all a fantastic conference. Be inspired and have fun.
Thank you so much, Ingun. And Dr. Manili, I think those are incredible words. I love the quote you said, Lumka, when you said, if you can't do great things, do the small things great. I think oftentimes we get overwhelmed by, oh, but you know, there's so many things. When you look at these powerful, big people who are doing amazing things, and we feel that we can't do, you know, we can't do anything to make an impact, to influence. It really starts small, and it starts right now, right where you are. What I got also is that we need our feminine energy. When women lead, humanity wins. I love that quote. It really resonates with me because I always say when women come together, magic happens. Look at what happens in 5 years. We are here today because of that thing that was deposited into England, and he took heed of it and he made and he did something about it. And today we have so many people on this call today because one person listened to that and they put women together, and now magic is happening and humanity is winning. Ladies and gentlemen, now it gives me a great pleasure to welcome our keynote speaker for today. I hope that you are as excited as I am. It's really excited because of her profile, excited because of the topic that is so relevant to all of us today. I think we are all can learn so much from this. I'm introducing Dr. Amina Ali, who's the founder and Consul General of Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. Now, Dr. Amina has got many accolades under her belt, and her profile is really intimidating to me, at least. I need to be honest. I'm just going to a little bit about Dr. Amina. She's the founder and Consul General, as I said, of the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. This social impact organization was founded in New York as a sovereign consulate with a mission to make specific and international protocol, protections and provisions for gender and human rights, inclusively affordable and attainable to all indigent and undeserved communities of domestic and foreign percentage. She's retired as a naturopathic doctor specializing in obstetrics and gynecology, and has been in organic medicine, home birthing, and maternal education for over 30 years. And as I said, many accolades under her belt. In November 2019, she received assignment and was newly appointed a special consultative status as the Director of Women's Empowerment for the UN Department of Economic and Social Council, the Northern Citizen of Community Board. What I love on her profile specifically is that, but her best accomplishment is being a Muslim mother of now and adult daughters, and now Nana as well, claiming 13 grandchildren, with one born just one day after her birthday in August 2019, just a month before we had our first global conference. I present to you guys Dr. Amina Ali. It is a great pleasure to welcome you, Dr. Amina. Dr. Amina, you might be on mute. Just checking if you're not on mute.
Tato,
Okay,
I
I
don't
think
see her in the list right now. So
Okay, I think with that, then let's move right into our next. I'll just get a cue once Dr. Amina is online, and then we'll move on to her. But I think for now, let's go to that dialogue that I spoke to you about, the dialogue with the Female Wave of Change Global Ambassadors, talking about wave of change around the world, the past, the present, and the future. As Lumka said earlier, the program is packed because there has a lot has been done, a lot is still being happening, and that is why it's exciting that we're talking about the past, the present, but also the future, where we're heading as an organization and what can you expect. Ingrid, I know you're facilitating this panel, so I'm going to hand over to you.
yes, thank you very much, Tato. And while we are waiting for Dr. Amina, we are going to talk with our global ambassadors. And for those of you who don't know them, Bonifacio and that is also, I don't know if Saskia has arrived yet. I haven't seen her yet, but anyhow, we're just going to continue as scheduled. So, Bonnie, you're here, and I do advise you to use your speaker's view on Zoom because you really want to see those ladies. So, you know, this is really special for me to be here with these global ambassadors because it's almost 5 years that I approached these ladies to be part of this this fantastic journey that we're going to take, and they have been there since. So it is about Bonnie, it is about Jane and Saskia, but I think Saskia is also not yet here. So we're just going to start, and what an amazing journey it has been, ladies. And I know, I do not know about you, but I cannot wait to see what the future will bring. So let's start. And I'd love to give you the floor for a short 1-minute introduction. So Bonnie, if you would like to start, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to the organizers for this phenomenal conference. You really are doing the authentic feminine leadership with this. Who am I? I think of myself still as that barefoot blonde playing outside and looking for the new adventure. And I say this because I still love the adventure. And I think it's also one of the reasons that I'm the person I am. Because if I had to describe myself, I would say that I'm an authentic feminine leader, a catalyst for positive change, and a visionary. and a visionary because I dream of this world of peace, understanding, and collaboration, where each individual is valued and respected for her or his uniqueness. And for this to happen, it takes women like you and me, the women who are on this conference right now, who are going to shake and move and cause these waves to move forward and to truly transform the world. And it's one of the reasons I'm so excited to be part of, well, global ambassador of Female Wave of Change. And my organization, Inspired Women Lead, is also a partner with a Female Wave of Change. So that's it in a nutshell.
Thank you, Bonnie. And it's so good to see you, you know, and 4.5, almost 5 years ago, we had that launching conference in the Netherlands, and you were there, and Jane was there, and Saskia was there. You know, it was like, that was the first step that you feel like, wow, this is going to be so much bigger than just, you know, that this small group that started it in the Netherlands. So good to see you. Jane, how about you? Jane Anyango from Kenya.
Yes. Yeah, thank you so much. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. My name is Jane Anyango. I call myself a grassroots woman working globally. I live and work in a slum settlement called Kibera. I met Ingon many years back in San Francisco. It's more than 10 years ago. I know we were there with Bonnie too. And, you know, we just kicked it off. And I'm so happy that today we are part of a conversation that is bringing together women from over 47 countries. And then, so it just feels good that I'm still part of this conversation. So I'm very happy to be here today. I'm so excited seeing this young woman from South Africa just taking it on and owning the space. You know, these are some of the conversations that really fills my heart. And just as we start, what I want us to remember all is that not one of us is complete, and not one of us can be complete without others. So let's join hands and walk this path. Thank you so much and welcome everybody.
Thank you, Jane. Yes, we met in Los Angeles over 10 years ago. So that was really exciting. And Bonnie was there and Jane was there. So it was so good to really enjoy. And by the way, Jane, I remember you at that time. You were still a lot younger. Well, we all were, of course, but you were at that moment a shy, little lady, and look at you now. So much has happened in it. You know,
yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, thanks so much. What I remember about that meeting is that I was sharing a room with this lady who actually found me sleeping on the floor, and she was like, "Oh God, do you have beds in Kenya?" And you know, so it was an interesting space, and I'm happy that I'm still part of the conversation.
Good, fantastic. Okay, so ladies, I see Saskia still not here, so we're just going to continue. We're talking about the female wave of change, the past, the present, and the future. So looking at the past, I love to hear what you think about the role of organizations like Female Wave of Change has been for women worldwide in the past 18 months since COVID ended on our doorstep. Jane, do you want to continue?
Thanks so much, Ingon. And so it has been very interesting, but we have also learned so much because we have been able to achieve so much online. I follow a lot what many are doing across the world, and the internet, or can I say COVID, has made it very close to everybody. We are able to jump from one meeting to another. We are able to learn online. So as much as COVID has really brought people down, COVID has really messed so many things in our lives. We have seen people really a lot of suffering everywhere. But we also appreciate that we have things that we have been able to learn during this process, the connections that we have been able to make. And, you know, it's just a case of using the situation where you are in positively, because life cannot stop because of a situation.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
love that what you're saying. We need to use the situation that we're in and act on that. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. Bonnie, how about you?
I believe that actually having the pandemic, having COVID happen, has united us more and more. It's the first time that the world has had a common enemy, where we all, no matter where we were, no matter what our situation is, we are dealing with the same issue, the same problem. And what I'm finding is that it is bringing the feminine values to the forefront. If we're looking at some of the world leaders, if we're looking at the organizations that we're involved in, I think what we're seeing is it's bringing us more and more into this more authenticity of who we really are as women, and bringing these feminine values to the forefront. Because instead of the fear that the male leaders are pushing, what we need is the caring. We need to be there for each other. And I think at the same time, what's happening is, thanks to the fact that we're not able to be out and about in the same way as before, it has brought us closer together online. It has given us this opportunity to, in fact, create a true community. And I think that is a really important outcome of these last 18 months.
Yeah. I really do believe that we were able to connect, and everyone was so open to connect, and that was really fantastic. And although I think we're all longing for that moment, we can travel freely again without any problems. But you know, it is what Jane mentions. We have to use the situation it is. So I would like to combine the present and the future. A couple of months ago, after 1 year mostly working online, Female Wave of Change decided that although it is important to think global, we really have to act local. That is where the real challenges are. How do you think Female Wave of Change can contribute most locally? Bonnie, how about you?
To me, what's most important is actually going from global to local to the individual, because it's really the individual that makes the difference. It's each of us has our own vision of what we want the world to be. I shared mine earlier, and each of you has one. And I think what's important is that each of us begins to act on that vision. And that will be what brings the local community together, because the people around us will want to become a part of that, and for us to help them with theirs. I always compare it to, you know, that drop of water that if it drops long enough can make a difference. And when we all come together, with each of us with our own action towards something to make the world better, we're able to create this tsunami, this rainstorm that's more than just causing a wave. It's causing something much more. And as we're working, beginning with the individual, I believe the local becomes a very rich part of it. And that leads back to the global again.
Yeah. It is everything at the same time. It is also very much that action oriented. You know, we have talked enough, now we need to do something. And that feeling absolutely is there.
And I think it's important to remember a vision, a dream, a greater goal without action is nothing.
It's nothing.
It really is taking that first step. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you. Jane, how about you?
Yeah, what I can say, just to add on to what Bonnie has said, is that it starts with I. It starts with I. Every feeling, every change, you must feel as an individual before, you know, someone can see it, yes, but you have to feel it as an individual. So this time around, we have been able to learn so much. We have been able to interact, but at the end of the day, it is that person, it is the individual who is able to measure the impact of the change that they are able to feel. In my community, we are, can I say that we are a people's community? It's a community where it's very hard to just concentrate on yourself. It's a community where, whether you like it or not, you will hear from somebody else. Whether you like it or not, you'll find yourself talking to somebody else. So whichever way, whichever change, you know, as much as we are having this situation where we have the lockdowns, the curfews, then we still have to interact with others, whether we are advising them or we are helping them in one way or another. Then we must just make sure that we are, it is just, we can't just avoid it. We must just continue collaborating with others.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I love it. And that is what you both mentioned, is that it's not just global or local. It starts with what are you going to do and how are you going to act? So I'm moving to my last question because I have to keep the time in mind. So since the start of Female Wave of Change, we have been talking about a better world, about reshaping the future. For us, there is an important focus on making sure we get more authentic feminine leaders out there. With our education program, Women Leading in Change, we guide women all over the world and from all walks of life to step into their leadership. What do you think is the role of Female Wave of Change in creating a better future for all?
Can
Jane.
I?
Yes, Jane, sorry. Yeah.
So the role of Female Wave of Change, the first role of Female Wave of Change is, these such platforms where women are able to get together and share. And what is beautiful about Female Wave of Change is that we have everybody on board. We have the senior, we have the middle age, we have the younger people on board. And it's about the individual identifying what they want to harvest from this rich setup that we are all in. Because as much as there is so much that is being offered, if you don't identify and harvest it on your own, then it may not help you much. So the space is there, the skills are there, the opportunities are there. So as individuals, what I can urge our people, what I can urge the women is like, let's go for it. Let's identify, let's do our own mapping. Let's list down what we want and how to achieve it. Let's reach out to the people who can help us get to where we want to get to. And as I said before, you can never be complete alone. And that is why we are all here. That is why we are creating all these waves. That is why we are coming all together so that whatever I have that you don't have, you can add on to the little that you have, and then you can be complete. So it's about all of us working together.
Mm-hmm. It is about all of us. And it is a fantastic, rich community. And there is so much knowledge, wisdom, and experience there. And, we can be that change if we all do it together. Absolutely. And I love it what you say. And it's very simple. Let's just make that list of what we need and how others can help us and how we can contribute. Really great. Yeah. Thank you, Jane. Bonnie, how about you?
I think we overlook very often our greatest need as women. And that is to realize, first of all, we are leaders. Secondly, we are worthy of being leaders. And thirdly, the world needs each of us as a leader. And to me, a very important aspect of Female Wave of Change is very much geared towards having this safe space to stand up and say, this is what I want my world to be. And this is what I want to do to make that happen. And to have this community, which goes back to everything that Jane just said, to have this community where we can build on each other and we're able to move forward as strong, bold, beautiful individual leaders, authentic, feminine, and we're able to move forward hand in hand as a community in order to truly take our place and to bring the world to where we would like to see it be. I think that really is the greatest role of Female Wave of Change.
Yeah, yeah. And that is also very special, you know, that we are able to guide women on that transformation journey so that they really step into that leadership. And I love what you say, we are leaders as women, we are worthy to be leaders. And the world needs us as leaders. And then I want to go back to that quote what I just mentioned. If women lead, humanity wins. And that is really fantastic. Yeah. Okay, well, ladies, thank you very much. I see Saskia just pop in, but you know, we really have to move to the next item. So I do believe, Tato, that Dr. Amina just arrived. So Jane, Bonnie, thank you very much. And, you know, I love to be working with you for many, many, many more years.
Me too.
Wow, what a powerful dialogue. Thank you so much, Ingun, Bonnie, and Jane. This is one thing that I love about being part of Female Wave of Change is that there's so much wisdom around me, as Jane said, that there's the old, the young, and somewhere in the middle. And for me, I always look forward to drinking and pouring myself and soaking myself in this wisdom that I can get from these incredible women who've walked the journey before me. So thank you for imparting our knowledge and really for saying Female Wave of Change really contributes towards a better future for all. I agree that, you know, there's a great African proverb that says, if you want to go alone, if you want to go far, then go alone. But together we can do so much. So that one drop in the ocean, if we all, each of us put our drops in it, there's so much that we can drink from this beautiful well that we're building. So thank you so much, ladies. It was an incredible and powerful dialogue. And yes, Ingun, our keynote today, Dr. Amina is here. I'm looking at her. This is the first time that I'm seeing her. But as I'm looking at her and as she's looking at the screen, it feels as if she and I have met somewhere before. It's so powerful. This is the power of women coming together. And Dr. Amina, it's really an honor to welcome you. I read your amazing bio earlier when you couldn't join. So I'm just going to say, for the interest of time, that again, a reminder is that Dr. Amina Ali is the founder and consul general of the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. And her keynote with us this afternoon, as she graced our screen with her presence, is she's going to be talking about the role of women in creating the future. What a nice segue from what Bonnie just said right now from the dialogue. A really nice segue from the Dr. Amina, welcome and thank you for joining us this afternoon. Amina? Oh, was I looking at the wrong Amina?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm the wrong Amina. I think the Dr. Amina must be somewhere or hasn't joined. I am a different Amina. I don't want to confuse you. Sorry about that.
Thank you so much. Anastasia, I think you had sent a message to say Dr. Amina might have joined.
Yes, apologies. I think I had seen this Amina, and because we didn't know there was another Amina. Apologies.
No worries, no worries. Thank you. So we're just gonna continue with the wave, right? As we on this, the wave keeps on moving, and the wind might bring it back to Dr. Amina. But let's just continue carrying this wave and doing what we do best. So I hope that the economics team is ready, led by Patty Washington, because now we're really getting to get feedback on some of the work that has been happening on the pillars in Female Wave of Change. And then each pillar is going to be presenting the vision, the activities, the past, present, and future activities. So let's hear from them, and we start with the economics team led by Patty. Over to you, Patty and team.
Hello, I'm so glad to be here today and joining you. I am the lead for the economy team, and we are talking today about you are the CEO of your life, the keys to your financial independence. Next slide. What we're going to be talking about today is the importance of goal setting, building your financial home on solid ground, grow your finances, decision-making, personal finances versus business financing, and creating a game plan. My fabulous team is, I'm from the United States, from Virginia. Susan is from New York. Geeta is from India. Tabello is from South Africa. Nailani is from Sri Lanka. Gladys is from Zimbabwe. Regina is from Kenya, and Grace is from Nigeria. Next slide, please. And today we're going to have Susan talk about, she's going to do an overview of our wonderful program we have here. Take it away, Susan.
Thanks so much, Patty, and thanks to everybody for being here today. So you are all CEOs of your life, and we're going to take you through a journey of financial independence. And that starts with really knowing your why, so inspired by Simon Sinek. It's what's your purpose? Who are you doing what you do for? And really getting grounded in that, because that becomes the foundation for you making decisions and for your actions. Next slide, please. And I should also say, if folks have questions, to please put it in the chat. And if we don't get to your questions today, we will post the conference. So at the beginning of this conference, we talked about knowing your future vision, your goals, your dreams. So take a moment to think about your future self, a couple of years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years, 20 years. Think about, what are you doing? Who are you with? How are you feeling? Where are you? And hold on to that vision, because that becomes your future destination that you're going to work towards. Next slide, please. So in order to get to that future vision, you have to look inwardly first to your financial home. So you'll notice that the bottom of your financial home is your foundation, which needs to be solid, grounded in your purpose, your why, having some savings, which Patty will talk about further, and also thinking about how to protect what you've worked for. The rooms of the home represent your goals, whether that's having a business, your home, saving for education, financial independence, whatever's important to you. And everybody's financial home is going to look differently. Importantly, that foundation needs to be big enough to support it, because when the foundation is too small, you know that the house falls down. Next slide, please. So in positioning your financial home for success, we also need to think about what can eat away at our success, whether that's managing financial termites or avoiding what we call financial tornadoes. And we've certainly had some financial tornadoes over the last couple of years, with the global pandemic taking an impact on our incomes, our health, the way we do education, everything. And then we've had natural disasters, hurricanes, earthquakes, forest fires, eating away at things. And then in terms of termites, there are things that slowly eat away at our wealth, whether we see it or not. Taxes and inflation as examples. Let's dig further into how the pandemic has specifically impacted women. Next slide, please. So this information is from UN Women from September of 2020. If anybody wants the article, just let me know and I'm happy to provide it to you. But the headlines are that lost income and rise in unpaid care and domestic work occurred. Globally, about 70% of healthcare workers and first responders are women. And there's a huge wage gap with gender with respect to healthcare in the healthcare industry, 28% compared to 16% overall. It is projected that more women will be in extreme poverty than men, and women tend to be overrepresented in many of the industries hardest hit by the pandemic, such as the food service industry, retail, entertainment, and informal employment, meaning things like domestic work. Next slide, please. But that's not to say that we live in despair. We're about taking action. So it's about how do you address these challenges? And we're going to talk further about these concepts, but I'm introducing a concept called diversification. It's really about thinking about many ways that you can generate income. Do you want to place your income all dependent on one basket? Or do you want to have the freedom and option to have many baskets for obtaining income? And income can come from things like perhaps you have a hobby of baking or making clothing or jewelry, and how you could generate some extra income that way. And there's another concept of asset allocation and planting seeds to grow in different areas, whether that be cash, and we'll hear more about savings from Patty, or planting things in alternative investments like cryptocurrency that Tubello is going to talk about, and things that Gladys is going to talk about in terms of other types of investments, stocks and bonds, and then investing in your business. And Geeta is going to talk about that. Next slide, please. And so be that CEO of your life and design it, and don't let it happen to you. So it's about assessing where you are, keeping in mind your future vision, where you want to go, assess where you are today, and then figure out what those gaps are and take actions to address those gaps. Next slide, please. So there's a process you can engage in called CPAS. So the C stands for clarity. As we said, get clear on your overall goals. And very importantly is the P, give yourself permission to put yourself on your own agenda. As women, we handle so many different roles: mother, spouse, caregiver, professional, cheerleader, community leader, and the list goes on. So give yourself that grace. Gain access to ideas and solutions by working with experts and educating yourself on possibilities. And the female wave of change is a great place to start. The first S is for security. So to ensure that your financial home, again, is built on that solid foundation. And the last S is for to support, to surround yourself with that personal board of directors for your personal, financial, and professional worlds. And again, here at the Female Wave of Change, we're here to support you. Next slide, please. So you may want to take a picture of this slide and dig deeper into yourself to figure out if you have a growth mindset or a fixed mindset. Because sometimes our mindsets get in the way of our growth. So growth mindset headline here is about learning and seeing failures as opportunities for growth instead of limiting your growth. And it's about pushing through the fear and the frustration. Next slide, please. And so we hope that you will be inspired to take action by doing something today that your future self will thank you for. And now I'm going to turn it over to my colleague, Nilani, who is a senior banker and also an ambassador for the Female Wave of Change.
Thank you, Susan. Good evening, good afternoon, and good morning. Thank you all for being here today. We are delighted to have you here. Susan has laid the foundation for the economic team topic. And now we are going into further elaboration of this topic with our panel. So our first speaker today is Regina. She's an ambassador of Female Wave of Change, and she's also a business consultant. She will speak to us about goal setting. Over to you, Regina.
Thank you. Allow me to share my screen, please. I hope you can see my screen. Sorry, just a moment. On it. Let's listen to this 1 minute video, then I'll be able to share in 3 minutes. Thank you. I hope you've been able to see that. It was just a short clip. And what the clip is talking about is decluttering and saving money. And it's just sharing more with you women. Sorry for that. I think it was one of us who had not muted. So it's just saying decluttering and saving money, and just sharing with you women, fellow women, because I know majority of the people who are participating in today's meeting are women, and Female Wave of Change is more about women, empowering women to be able to take charge of their lives. And with the economic pillar, we are looking at empowering women economically and being able to set goals that can impact your life and the lives of those matter in your life. Be it your family members, your extended family members, or your community members. And from that perspective, I would want to share a story of this lady. Her name is Mole. Mole is a Kenyan name, a local Kenyan name. So what happened with Mole? She lived in this massive house somewhere in the suburb cities of Nairobi, you know, the better cities of Nairobi. And she had gotten this house through a deal. And it was a big space for her because she has a small family. And she kept thinking, perhaps I could make use of this space and make money. You know, I can perhaps divide the house and rent some bit of it and make some income. But that opportunity, that thought never got to mature. But then COVID-19 came. And you know, most of the countries, there was lockdown. And Mule was locked in the house together with her family members of one husband and one child, a small family. And they started reading about finances and personal finance and how they can make more money now, considering COVID is here, people are losing jobs, and thank God they did not, Mole and her family did not lose their jobs, but that got them thinking, and they started thinking about making extra coin. How can we get extra coin to increase our finances? And this is what happened with the Mole. She decided to leave this house, go rent another house somewhere else so that she can save half of the money, so that she can build her finances. And that was not the only step she took. She also looked at her house. She had so many things in her house that she did not need, and she decided to do what we call decluttering, removing the excess that she has in the house that she does not need. And she decided to sell some items, and she got somewhere to sell the items. She decided to donate other items that she did not need, and she did not think by selling them she will make any money or any impact. She decided to also discard some of the items that she had and she was not making use of. And so she just decided to eliminate the excess in her life, and not only excess in terms of items in the house, excess in terms of relationships that she thought were not going anywhere, relationships that were just meeting for a cup of tea every other day and were just spending. Now she decided to have a mindset of thinking of what tomorrow holds. If I lost my job today, what would happen? And those are some of the thoughts that made her decide to change the house, rent out this house that she owned, and go out and live in another smaller house so that she can make an extra coin. And by selling some of the items in her house, looking at her budget and reducing her expenses, she also got extra money, and she increased her savings. As we are talking now, Mole is an investor now in real estate, and she has just bought her second house through savings she's been making, because since 2019, she has constantly been saving double of what she used to save after becoming aware and intentional on how she wants to save and reducing her expenses so that she can save more. And that's just a story to share with you, to tell you that even us as women, from where we sit, we can become intentional in what we do, in the expenses that we make. I know some of us women want to buy so many clothes. You see a good dress you want to buy, and yet you have another one. You can only wear so many clothes at a go. So being intentional on what you want and where you are going to then will help you make wise decisions, and that way we can save money as women. We can also build wealth as women. That will be it from me. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
So thank you, Regina, for sharing those insights about goal setting as well as decluttering and how it can impact our lives in a positive sense. Thank you. So next we have Patty, who will take us through on building your financial home. Patty is a social worker and she's an ambassador of Female Wave of Change. Patty, over to you.
Hello, I am so glad to be here today to talk to you about paying yourself first. Now, I know some of you have heard this saying all your life, but it sounds good, but it doesn't work for most of us. That's how I felt for a long time. I'm like, yeah, that'd be great, but I don't have enough money to save anything, and I can't pay myself first. So I'm having a hard enough time making ends meet. That's what I told myself for a long time. But what if I told you that if you are in that situation, this is the best time possible for you to pay yourself first? Like we started out talking about, you've got to have a plan. If you don't have a plan, these things are not going to work. A lot of times what happens with people say, oh yeah, I'm going to save some money. I'm going to take $500-600. I'm going to put it in a savings account. Then what happens? Life happens. And then what? We take it out. So you got to have a plan around saving your money. So next slide, please. What I have come up with is that you pay yourself first chart. What if somebody gave you $10 and you just took $1 of that and put in a savings account? And isn't this a good way to teach our children too? If they get some birthday money, just take $1, maybe even 50 cents out and just put it in a savings account. You have to pay yourself first. You are your most important value asset. You are what's valuable, because without you, there's nothing. So you've got to take care of you first so you can take care of your family, so you can do that. But now what do? You got the savings account started. When can you take this money out? Next slide, please. This is a savings account for an emergency savings fund. And it is what it says, emergency only. The only way you can take this money out is if it meets 2 qualifications. First of all, it has to be an emergency. And what are we talking about as an emergency? An emergency is something that is dire, like you are going to lose your house. You are going to not be able to go to work. Those kind of things, that is the only time you hit the savings account. And number 2, which is very important, you have to meet both criteria. So you have an emergency. Let's say you need rent and you need $300, but you only have $200 in your savings account. Don't touch the money, because it is not going to solve the problem, and it's just going to have more and more emergencies. Now, if you have $200 in there and you need $50 so you can get back and forth to work, so that way you can make some money to maybe pay your rent, maybe do some overtime or something, then you can touch the money. But you can't touch it unless it solves the emergency. You must have an emergency. You must solve the emergency. This is how you take your power back around your money. Because remember, you're in charge of your money, not your money's in charge of you. You are the CEO of your life, and you need to take over your money with making sure that every time you do a saving, get some money, just take a little bit out, just a little bit at a time, and make sure before you take that money out, it meets the 2 qualifications. Thank you very much. Back to you, Nalani.
Thank you, Patty, for the tips and the formula you have shared with our audience today as a first step to build their financial home. So our next panelist is Gladys, who's an expert in financial education, and she's also a wave maker of Female Wave of Change. She will share some important points on investing and risk management with us today. Over to you, Gladys. Gladys, are you there? Do you have any
she's
audio?
there, but she has to
I think
unmute
she has
herself.
an audio.
Yes.
Okay. Gladys, please unmute. We can see you. Please unmute yourself. Gladys.
Maybe admin can assist with unmuting her.
Or she might be having network problems. So maybe one of the team members just go through her slides.
Tebelo, would you like to take over from here? Yeah, I'll introduce you. So Tebelo is an ambassador of Female Wave of Change, and she's also a business leadership consultant. So today she will also cover investing in digital currencies as well, in addition to Gladys's slides due to the technical difficulty. Over to you, Tebelo.
Melanie, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I'm really excited to be here today and to be sharing, my experience with you. So ladies, we know that we live in the 4th industrial revolution and everything has moved to being digital. And in our world as well, what we need to know as well is that money is moving to digital. So I know that most of us hear about, cryptocurrencies, and we sit there and we are wondering, what are these things and how can they add value to me? I love what my fellow economic members have said with regards to being intentional. So if you want to get into crypto, become intentional. Also about having a growth mindset. So why are cryptocurrencies critical for us, especially as women in these days? Number one, we need to understand that cryptocurrencies are digital currencies. So we cannot touch them, we cannot smell them, we cannot see them. We use them on a digital platform. However, what is lovely about cryptocurrencies is that we're able to use them to pay for services and products. So people can be able to go into a shop now and be able to use these cryptocurrencies as a form of payment. You can also send them across the world. What I love about cryptocurrencies is that if I send it to you in another part of the world, it's going to take seconds or minutes. TransUnion is out, West Union is out. I'm able to send these currencies through to you on, very quickly. And more importantly, from a wealth building point of view and a growth mindset, is that you can store them for a longer term so that they become an investment platform for you. Now, what are some of the reasons why we really, as women, need to be thinking about cryptocurrencies? Number one, cryptocurrencies help us to dare to dream. Cryptos are able to help women to start dreaming again and think in abundance and in prosperity. When you think about cryptocurrencies, they help you to think, plan, and fund your dreams, such as a business that you may want to be starting, or a business that you want to invest in, or even living a debt-free life because you're able to convert them, into fiat currencies and use them. But more importantly, be able to go on that lifetime holiday trip that you've always dreamt of. If you have invested in cryptocurrencies and you've invested in the right cryptocurrencies, you can actually pay for that lifetime holiday that you've been dreaming about. Cryptocurrencies also help us, to ensure that we have, an inclusive society and can be able to embrace society because the diversity, because cryptocurrencies are decentralized. They're able to provide equal chances and opportunity to everyone who acquires and uses them. And able to help us. They are also able to help us, especially as women, to be able to Okay, sorry, I realized I was muted. So why is it that they're important from an inclusivity point of view, especially for us as women? They help us to be able to challenge the current biases and barriers, to the financial, that the financial sectors have created for women. If I have cryptocurrencies and you have them, we are able to use them between us anytime, anyhow. And it's lovely to start seeing countries like El Salvador, which are now looking at cryptocurrencies also as a form of payment so that they're able to encompass, the unbanked. So furthermore, the cryptocurrencies are then open to both men and women from all walks of life and from all over the world. It does not matter your qualification, your sexual orientation, the level of your living. Anyone that has funds that they've saved, from what Patty was saying, you can be able to take them and invest them, in the cryptocurrency space. They are also able to open opportunities for the unbanked who also have dreams and aspirations. However, these unbanked never knew that they could be able to achieve these dreams and aspirations. And cryptocurrencies have opened people's minds to new perspectives and money, which they are able to utilize. Also, from a financial independence, cryptocurrencies are able to bring financial independence and economic empowerment, especially to us in women, which are really essential for us, because many women have started to create their own sustainable income streams and jobs, and they're able to ensure that from a social responsibility point of view, they can improve, on their financial independence. Melanie, next slide, please. Now, some of you may be sitting here and say, okay, we hear this, how can we acquire them? There are different ways that you can be able to acquire these cryptocurrencies. First of all is that you can take the money that you've saved and be able to buy and hodl these currencies on an exchange. Basically, hodling them means you keep them in an exchange over an extended period of time, and value as the value of the cryptocurrency increases. For those of you that are financially and technically inclined, you can also trade currencies by selling them and buying them on the various exchanges. For some people, this is a very exciting space to be in, not for me. I want to know that my currencies are working on their own without having to worry about them on a regular basis. Thirdly, you can partner with a company that does mining of these cryptocurrencies, who then reward you for helping them to mine the cryptocurrencies. Thank you, Nelani. What are the key actions that I'd like to leave with you today that I want you to think about when it comes to cryptocurrencies? Number one, partner with someone who you trust, that can be able to guide you. Number two, start with an affordable amount. People are scared about cryptocurrencies because they think they need to start with these huge amounts. You can start with an affordable amount. You can start with $50, $20 to get involved in cryptocurrencies. Number three, find a crypto exchange that is recognized in your country, where then you will be able to track your own investment without waiting for somebody to do it for you. And last point that I'd like to leave with you is that do your own research on a continuous basis. Make YouTube your friend when it comes to cryptocurrencies, and you will be able to build the wealth for yourself, for your family, for your community, and for generations to come by getting involved in cryptos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tebelo. You have convinced us that crypto is the new norm. I'm sure there will be lots joining your community very soon. Thank you.
Pleasure.
We are glad that Gladys is back, beating all the technical issues. Thank you, Gladys, for not getting excited, but you managed it very well. And we are happy that you are back. So Gladys is a wave maker of Female Wave of Change, and she's also a financial education expert. She'll be speaking to us about building our finances, investing, and also about risk management. Over to you, Gladys.
Thank you very much, Nilani. I'm talking about investment and risk management. Investing is putting your money to use so as to allow it to grow without any stress. It can be in the form of livestock, pigs, cows, goats, chickens, land, rent. You can even be involved in the farm. Next slide, Milani. Now we have different money personalities as individuals. Our personalities are modeled from our physical, from our emotional, from our spiritual attributes. They are molded and colored and brought about by our upbringing, our fears, our experiences of the world, and our view of the world. All these issues, they shape our money personality. Number one, the investor is a personality that calculates risk. They are very careful about how they invest. The speculator, they look out for opportunities and they jump into those opportunities. The savers are the ones who want to play it safe. They want to keep money little by little from time to time. Next slide, please. You need to know your investor personality. Number one, you need to know whether you are a preserver. Preservers are people that are cautious. Preservers are very, very emotional, and they also want to play it safe. Number two, we've got accumulators. These people are confident as risk takers. They are very positive. They are also overconfident. Number three, we've got followers. This type of people, they follow the crowd. They do what everyone else is doing, and they have no confidence in money issues. They lack confidence in financial matters. Number four, we've got individualistic people. These people are methodological people. They want to research on themselves. They want to do it themselves. They are analytical. They are critical thinkers, and they are also overconfident. And it's very, very important for you to know which type of investor personality you are, because it has an impact on the type of investments that you are able to take. Next slide, please. You need to make decisions about where to invest, how to invest, and when to invest. So when you are making an investment decision, you need to know how long that investment is going to take. Is it a 6-month investment, a 1-year investment, a 10-year investment? What are the risks involved in your investment? And how will it work? It is important for you to understand your investment, know very well how that investment is going to work. And you need to have goals. As Regina has mentioned, what are your goals? What do you want to achieve with that particular investment? And what are the costs involved? How much is that building going to cost you? How much is that business going to cost you to start it? And you need to also take stock of your current investments. What are the current investments that you already have or that are already available in your market? And you also need to know about alternatives. What alternative investments can you get involved in? And every investment comes with a risk. There is a risk of losing money when your investments lose value, get stolen, or are mismanaged, destroyed, or damaged. So it is important not to put your eggs in one basket. So don't put all your eggs in one basket, but diversify, because the rule of risk is simple. You have the potential to earn more when the risk is high and to earn less when the risk is low. Next slide. This is a couple that have lost all their investment in farming because they had not diversified. So it is important for you to diversify your investments. Next slide. So in conclusion, before investing your money, calculate what you expect to earn in future from the investment. Compare it with other investment alternatives and choose the investment that has a possibility of giving you a higher return much faster. Also, be careful in making an investment. There may be not any flexibility, or it may be very expensive to switch to another investment. If you are not sure what to do, consult experts here in Female of Wave of Change, in the economic team, in other teams. We have various experts. Thank you very much. Back to you, Nilani.
Thank you, Gladys. Thank you for sharing those insights on precautions one has to take in order to mitigate risk when investing. This is once again a reminder to our audience to post your questions on the chat so we can take them up later. Right. So now we have Geeta, who's our final speaker. She's a member of Circle of Wise Women, Female Wave of Change, and she's also a serial entrepreneur. She will be sharing with us on a very important topic, segregation of personal and business finances. Over to you, Geeta.
Thank you very much, Nilani. So good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all you beautiful ladies from wherever you're joining us from this beautiful planet. First and foremost, a big, big virtual hug to all our soul sisters for pulling through one of the most demanding and ravaging 2 years. Each of you, with your invincible feminine energy, has helped your family, your community, and your country. Salute to you. Let me jump straight into the topic that I want to share with you, which is tips for segregating personal and business finances. You know, it's very easy for personal and business accounts to get tangled up. After all, it's just my money. What difference does it make if it's a left pocket or the right pocket? But no matter if it is your home business or fourth or fifth diversification, it is a good idea to have clean dividing lines. I'm going to give you 10 very simple tips on how to do that. You might want to take a screenshot of the next 2 slides. You know, you've been hearing how to become the CEO of your life, right? From Susan to Patty to Tabello, Gladys, we've all got tips on how to do other things. The CEO of your life, the Chief Executive Officer, one that gets the jobs done with discipline and accountability. That is your big hat. Now, what I'm going to suggest to you is that perhaps you take one more hat, that of a CFO, a Chief Financial Officer, who is answerable to you, the CEO, and follow the next steps, 10 steps or rules. Very simple. It's really, really simple. So rule 1, give yourself a salary and don't exceed it. Give the same amount every month, a salary from the CEO to the CFO. Number 2, set up separate bank accounts, one for your personal accounts and one for your business. It will really, really help you when your money goes into one account and comes out of one account for these 2 things. Number 3, keep separate boxes for your receipts. I don't mean genuinely to keep boxes. You could keep a ledger, you could keep anything, because we want your business to grow. And once your business grows, you're going to have to pay taxes. You have to go through all the processes that are required if you want to apply for a loan, etc. No one is going to take your word for it, what you bought. So the receipts of what you have bought should also be kept separately. An easier way to do this is by the rule number 4, that is, get a credit card for your business. Very often people take a credit card for their personal use, but I really suggest that take a credit card for your business. That way, each and every purchase of yours is documented and it's clear, but make sure that you pay your credit card bill on time and do not get embroiled in the interest game. Number 5, a very simple, just the way we make a budget for our home, set a budget for the business. Do not get carried away. Keep in mind the discipline and do that. You remember what Susan said, your personal board of directors? Rule number 6 is just that. Make sure your family understands your business and its status. Make sure they understand the importance. And very often, maybe in your family, you might have a son or a spouse or a cousin who's good at the digital part. And that can be your board of director. He's a great help to you. Your daughter might be brilliant at packaging. She might help you with that. Rule number 7, understand what a business expense is and what is not. Now let's get a little technical. All food, travel, entertainment is not a business expense. You can't write off everything. A dinner with your family is not a business expense. So be clear about that. Rule number 8, create a division between your office and your home. Even if you're working from home, your entire electrical bill cannot be business. Part of it is personal. So keep records of that. Rule number 9, learn to keep logs. If you're using your cell phone, your car, do keep a log of your use. Sounds too confusing, doesn't it? Sounds scary. I know in the beginning it does. But rule number 10 is for that. Talk to a mentor or financial professional. There are plenty of simple tools that the person may be able to suggest. And finally, remember, as a woman, you have donned many hats at one time. These are only 2, a chief executive officer and a chief financial officer. Shine on, dear sisters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Geeta, for the great tips you have given, easy to understand and easy to implement as well. It only needs a commitment from each and every one of us. Thank you. So thank you to all the panelists for the tips and the insights you've shared with us, with the audience today. So we have come to the end of our panel discussion, but we have just 2 more points. So I'm just posing this to my panelists. If I am to ask you to define what does financial independence mean to a person in just 1 word, not a sentence, just 1 word, what would it be? So who would like to go first from the panel? Unmute and just speak up.
1 word,
1
protection.
word.
Protection.
Thank you, Geeta. Gladys, I can see you.
Okay, security.
Security. Thank you. Tebelo.
Success.
Success. Thank you. How about the others? Patty, Susan, Regina.
Helen,
Peace. For me, it's peace.
Selena is still not here. I can't get hold of her. And we're going to start now. Maybe you can say 1 word or 2 before you allow the...
Sorry.
Looks like somebody's not on mute.
Yeah. Susan?
Yes,
Susan, unmute yourself. Yeah.
Yes, I was muted as I was talking. Yeah. Proactivity.
Proactivity. Thank you, Susan. How about Patty?
Okay, I have to use more than 1 word, sorry. Taking your power back. Taking your power back.
Okay. Exemption granted. Okay, right.
Thank you.
So ladies, that was awesome. And that was very interesting. So finally, to all the speakers, what's the tagline you would want to leave with our audience today that it will continue to resonate what we have spoken today? So shall we go in the reverse order, starting from Geeta?
Sure, Nilani. I would say 2 hats, CEO, CFO, discipline, accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome. Who's ready next? Tebelo, are you ready?
I'm ready. Nilani, I will say women dig crypto, which means women like crypto.
Wow, that's fabulous. Just like you, very unique, Tebelo. Yeah, so Gladys?
I'd say women invest for your financial security.
Thank you, Gladys. Patty?
You have
For
the
me,
power.
it would be, let's learn to declutter our spaces and
I was
okay,
going to say,
Regina, yes, yeah. Regina, go ahead. You were next, but that's okay. Go ahead, please. Regina?
Oh, sorry, my internet was unstable.
No worries. Please go ahead.
All right. I said, let's declutter our spaces and also declutter our lives and live peaceful lives while making money as well.
Yes, I would like to add one more to that with your permission. Declutter our minds as well, right? That's a very important one. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Regina. Patty, over to you now.
Taking your power back, you have the power, not your money has the power with you. You have the power.
Yeah, thank you. Susan.
So I'll wrap up with know your purpose and align your decisions with that.
Thank you. So that was awesome, ladies. You've been a great panel, and thank you also to our wonderful audience. So you have made a real investment today by being here, because please remember that the most important investment you can make is in yourself. So congratulate yourself that you have made a wise decision to attend this conference. Thank you for being with us here today, and enjoy the rest of the conference today as well as tomorrow. Thank you from the economy team.
Thank you so much, economics team. That was so insightful. I've learned so much, and I see comments, and people have learned a lot from cryptocurrency to living a debt-free life, from pay yourself first, from personalizing your financial stuff, and I was actually going to, I had a good chuckle at the end, Milani, when you said the ladies must say one word to wrap up their talk, and Patty had to make it 4 words. I was waiting for that because it always happens, and Patty just made it. And it's like, yes, nobody ever disappoints me. Somebody has to just make it 4 words. But it was incredible, powerful, taking your power back. It was incredible. So she had to just say it in those words. So thank you so much for that, for those lessons, the economics team. I'm looking forward to implementing some of the lessons. It's going to be hard for me not to buy anything for 6 months, but I will do my best. Ostebello, you will be my accountability partner, because I see you also saying it will be a struggle. So let's hold each other accountable. Tips on that one. Next up, we have got the health team, and the health team is going to be talking to us about self-care revolution for heart-based leaders. That statement is super loaded. And I cannot wait to just hear what these amazing ladies are going to share with us. Health has become such an important aspect now of our lives. It has always been, but I think the pandemic has just exacerbated the importance, or just made it more, in our, particularly mental health. So I'm hoping there's going to be some stuff on mental health. And this pillar is led by Helen, but I'm going to hand to Dr. Maneli. I'm handing over to you. The health team, over to you.
Thank you very much, Tato, and greetings to everyone once again. The health pillar has, in the past year, had embarked in an education spree or webinars where we talk about self-care. And this is in line with our mission, which is to develop and support local and global leaders to build health and harmony in critical times. During the current pandemic of COVID-19, as Tato have said, the self-care has become so important. It has become so much critical because the pandemic has brought so much. It has brought so many additional stresses, from people losing their loved ones to threatened mental health, economic strain with loss of livelihood. And so the health team held certain webinars where we tried to share some strategies on self-care, because as Female Wave of Change says, it provides a platform for women from all walks of life to come and be empowered and inspired to be change makers, we say, let's start with ourselves. Because, you know, we're talking about fixing your own oxygen mask before tending to other people, realizing and remembering that self-care is not selfish, but it is about giving the best to the world. We kickstarted our webinars with the topic on nutrition, which was very important. And on this webinar, we were discouraging people from following fad diets, as these are not sustainable. And the restrictive nature of these diets can also be harmful for our health. And we therefore encourage people to rather follow a well-balanced diet. You know, when we look at nutrition and immunity, this is becoming a most important thing, especially during this pandemic that we're facing at this time, that we eat to boost our immune systems. And a well-balanced and healthy eating habits are essential in enjoying good and healthy life. And research that shows that, you know, healthy diet that is less on sugar and fat is really good to sustain us and very important during this time that we are dealing with COVID. And a healthy diet can decrease also the risk of getting, you know, the diseases like your heart conditions, diabetes and obesity, which are also the leading in terms of increasing the risk of people from getting severe form of COVID-19. We also shared the importance of nutrition on mental health. We know that when people eat, you know, a well diet, they actually also support their mental health. And from research, it has been shown that, you know, well-balanced diet and healthy eating habits, they do minimize the symptoms of depression and anxiety. So we really encourage people to pay attention to what they eat and eat less of food that is going to create some health conditions. The next webinar, which was on sleep, with this webinar, we were actually trying to make sure that we inspire people to realize that, you know, sleep is actually not an inconvenience. And sleep is actually not an illness that needs to be cured with caffeine. Rather, sleep is an investment to your health. We went through the importance of sleeping in terms of your immune system. You know, during when we are sleeping, there are certain parts of the brain that are activated and deactivated in order to support our immune system. Actually, people who are sleep deprived, they've also shown decrease in the natural killer cells, which are helpful in preventing cancer. So apart from predisposing you to infectious diseases, a lack of sleep or sleep deprivation can also predispose you to some form of cancers. And the link has been so tight that the WHO had declared any form of work that is a night shift as a possible carcinogen. And that's how serious it is, the deprivation of sleep. Sleep is also very good for our emotional and cognitive development and functioning. And this is why babies, they spend most of the time sleeping. So when we don't sleep, you can just think about just one day of sleep deprivation, how you feel. You become even more prone to accidents because of your poor judgment and also your increased reaction time. And you also, your memory is impaired. I mean, you would have put something here and you cannot even remember where you've put it if you didn't have. And basically, it's just also not, you don't look good when you have not slept. It's also believed that there are toxins that accumulate in our brain throughout our wakefulness. So when we are awake, from the time we wake up, toxins accumulate. And it has been proven that these toxins, they actually also contribute to the development
click on this.
Neurodegenerative disorders like your Alzheimer. So if there's nothing else that really motivates you to take that sleep or have the sleep as required, please do sleep to avoid having the Alzheimer. And other people will tell you that I can afford to sleep 4 hours and I'm capable and that's enough for me. And I think we're here to tell you that you have not met your best yet. So if you think the 4 hours is enough for you, just remember that you can do better in terms of your cognitive functioning and your mental health if you can just sleep a little bit longer. So the point of this was to encourage people to sleep, and the normal hours of sleep is 7 to 9 hours. And I know a lot of people are going to think I could do a lot of things during that time, or I cannot sleep for that long. I have so much to do. We are here to tell you that any challenge or any situation that you have that is keeping you awake, just know that the solutions for that is on the other side of your sleep. If you can just allow yourself to sleep, you'll be better able to deal with the life's challenges. If I can make an example also of the narrative that if you have been awake for 19 to 20 hours straight out without sleep, you are actually an equivalent of someone who is legally drunk. Now, coming back to us, we cannot take the world or take the social challenges in that state. Now, can we? Next, on the webinar series that was led by Mohit, we talk about regular moderate exercise. And the message on this webinar was to start getting active and to start moving. And it doesn't matter what you do, as long as you are moving, as long as you are active, as long as your heart rate goes up. You don't need a gym membership. You don't need expensive machinery or equipment. You can start with what you have where you are. And just to prove that, we can also just have a look at the benefits of just walking. So really, we really don't have any excuses not to get started. We can just take a walk, and just by walking and not doing anything else, these are the things that you can do, that you can benefit from being active. It's mostly also important during this time of the pandemic again, where we're dealing with a lot of mental health. Exercising has been shown to relieve some of the stress and help people to adjust to situation and be more agile in dealing with challenges. So we really need to be sleeping. To start exercising and be active. So when you are asked, where is your permanent home? Most people will refer to their residential homes. But first, before you have that home, there's the first and the most important home, and that is your own body. And this is the home that you're going to reside in as long as you live. And people will always take care of their residential home and do some renovations and when it's needed, but they tend to want to outsource taking care of their own permanent homes, which is their bodies. So we tend to give more power to our healthcare professionals to take care of this home, with the presumptions that they know the body more than we do. But I'm here to tell you also, as a team, we're here to tell you that you actually know your body more than the healthcare professionals. On average, an individual sees a healthcare professional for 1 hour. And the rest of the 8,759 hours, you are responsible for your own health, and you need to take good care of. You're the one who knows what are the aspirations, what are the dreams, what are the plans you still have for this permanent home to carry through. So you need to nourish this home. You need to get this home active. You need to service this home when it's needed. And all that, it is your own responsibility. And if you say, I am I am so busy. I have so many things to do on my plate. I have so many people to take care of. I am the change maker who needs to be making miracles out there in the world. All those efforts won't be sustainable if we don't take care of our permanent residents, which is our bodies. And ladies, as we think of what's going to be our next move towards taking better care of ourselves, I am going to hand over to Paula to give us more strategies on self-care. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Lumka. And with me, we are going to slow down, right? We live in a world today that is so incredibly fast-paced. We are constantly on the move. We rush from one activity to another. We tend to work more hours than ever before. And we also force ourselves to be involved in activities even when we are exhausted. And while, you know, it can be good to be busy, it can be really detrimental for ourselves when we are too busy. And this has a negative effect on our health and wellness. And many studies have been conducted recently and also, you know, years ago, showing that our brain needs a break every now and then. And studies have shown the effects of slowing down on athletes, for example, managers, musicians. And these studies have shown the benefits of vacation, meditation, time spent in parks, gardens, and other peaceful outdoor spaces. We've just heard the importance of having a good night's sleep, but also the importance of napping, unwinding while awake. And the results, some of the results of the benefits that slowing down produces are shown on this slide. So stress is reduced. Our physical health improves. When we reduce stress, we'll also reduce the stress hormones like cortisol, for example, and adrenaline. And our, you know, the whole system, the whole physical system slows down, and this produces a benefit effect on our physical health. We are more present when we slow down, and we tend to multitask, to do several things at the same time. And this, of course, increases the pace, increases the stress, and we are not present because our attention is scattered on thousands of different things. And when we are present, also our intimate relationships improve with our partners, with our children, with our dear ones. And when we are present, we enjoy life more. We also enjoy, we take the time to enjoy the natural beauty around us. There's more peace of mind and serenity. There's improved productivity, improved creativity, and also more focus. So these are some of the effects. And in the workshop that we have organized as a health pillar, we focused on two main ways to slow down. And both of these ways, produce really life-changing results, because as we know, all changes at all levels, including our health and our mental health, have to start from inside us. So these two ways are our breathing, so our breath, and our mind. So breathing, you know, it's very simple. you just need to slow down your breath. There are several techniques, but a very special technique, very easy, that you can use throughout the day to have, as I call them, breathing breaks, is to count from 1 to 4 slowly when you inhale, and from 4 to 1 when you exhale. And you do this for, 3-4 minutes. You can do that in the morning during, a lunch break, and then sometime in the afternoon. And this helps you, really slow down and rebalance your energy, reduce your stress level. And as I said, the whole physical system is positively affected by this slowing down. Breathing doesn't cost anything. It is something that we carry with us 24 hours a day. So let's practice mindful breathing to help us slow down. When we notice that we are accelerating too much, just take a moment, to breathe and slow down. And the other way is, with our mind. With our mind, when we take the time to pay attention to what is going on inside our mind. And if we become the observers of our mind, we realize that there are so many thoughts that go on, automatically, that contribute to that acceleration. So the awareness of what is going on in our mind is another important tool. And also, both these techniques help us to be in what is a free flow state. This is the extremely creative state when we get inside. These are the moments when we are doing something automatically, like taking a shower. So there's no particular hurry or particular thoughts that we need to go on, or when we are driving, or when we are gardening, or when we are taking a walk. These are the moments when we have the insights. So those ideas that are very useful in our life, both professional and personal. So let's practice breathing, and let's observe our thoughts. So we concluded this workshop by suggesting some simple activities that you can do to slow down. If you can show the last slide, Lumka. And here they are. So integrate breathing breaks during the day. Put everything on your calendar so you know what you have to do. Reduce your digital life. Try to eat slowly. Focus only on 3 major tasks a day. As I said, breathing and meditation breaks. Take stock also of how you connect with nature, and do not multitask, tend to unitask, and check regularly with your thoughts and your body. And let's learn to say no more often. So these were a few suggestions to help us slow down in our lives.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Paula and Lumka. Been an amazing journey being on the health pillar for Female Wave of Change. And we move now to the following workshops that were again on the topic of self-care. And we had one presented by myself, Helen Giroux, which was called Why Down is the New Up, really looking at a reinvention of stress management, really, with the preceding year being so challenging, so many of us struggling through many difficult uncertainties. We realized that there is nothing but a great process of transformation ahead of us in the way the world is now unfolding. And of course, when it comes to such uncertainty and health crises like the ones we've all been living through, we are sitting with so much adversity and so much stress. So we needed to really rethink how we manage stress. And this workshop that was presented was really around how we need to acknowledge the value of change and the true power of transformation that comes when we take a descent into a kind of downward spiraling, where perhaps we might get very depressed, we might lose out on a lot of opportunity that we had before, we start having money issues, we start having a lot of concern about the future as we all experience this. We really ruptured the status quo. And in that time, we were all faced obviously with this foreign element and really needed to work with our resistance and our resilience to come through this chaos. So this workshop was dealing very much with the reality that going down sometimes, like in the last year, is actually a very important process for the whole of humanity and the whole of our evolution as a species to be able to evolve into a higher emotional intelligence, to be able to take more care of each other, to think more seriously about how we use our resources on the planet, to rethink the way we work. All of this has been revisited and rearranged in the last year. So this chaos really brought us into a transformational idea thinking process. And we are still busy, I believe, with this integration. And this current stress management workshop then talked about how this process of change is something we need to get aligned with. Next slide, please, Lumka. And as we proceeded with this workshop, we started to understand that there is a very powerful and fascinating way to actually generate positive stress adrenaline. And in the presentation, we discovered this phenomenon of what is called eustress, which is a positive way that the body-mind system begins to produce adrenaline for a higher goal, very much like the growth mindset that was discussed previously and mentioned many times over the years with great research showing us that we can see a challenge and a downward spiral or a descent or a difficult time, a chaos, a transformational period as a true opportunity for growth and evolution. But this is, of course, very challenging, and we need to still work with our various systems to be able to learn how to change stress from something distressing, which normally could be unpleasant, depletes our energy, perhaps even disrupts or decreases our overall performance, and transform it into something positive and energizing. And there were tips given in this workshop on how to do that. For example, when one focuses on a long-term goal or maybe a new skill that you wish to learn, when you're in a very difficult time in life and you perhaps learn to speak a new language, or you go and study again, or you start reading that book you've always wanted to read, or you start writing that book you've always wanted to write, it starts to redirect the adrenaline of the stress hormones that you would normally be generating in a stressful environment and starts to channel them into a positive pathway. And this is really what eustress is and what the workshop covered mostly. Last slide, please, Limka. For this workshop, we managed to complete then this rethink on stress management and moved then on to Dr. Selina's work, which was really a very focused, sophisticated presentation on toxicity and emotional toxicity as a specific topic, was something that she began to explain in very interesting ways. We actually learned a lot about something called an encryptor, which is really a way that we can start to form or process toxicity in the body on an emotional level, and that actually can disrupt our well-being. And of course, with Dr. Selina, she really managed to share some of her intellectual property in this workshop at the deepest level to explain how to unlock, unveil, and unleash many different ways that these encryptors lodge themselves inside of us. And there were some very practical tips given around how to look at suppressed memories and emotions, how we need to unpack a lot of baggage we have in order to free ourselves of emotional toxicity. We need to maybe change our relationships with ourselves, with other people, with our careers. We have to reevaluate a lot of the unconscious blockages that we have inside of us that could be exposing us to toxicity, and also then visit these emotional responses that are linked up with those. We went even more into depth about emotional depletion in this workshop with Dr. Selena. She talked about very specific phrases like internal stoppage and numbness, and how we need to manage ourselves emotionally in a much more profound way in order to be healthy. We also learned about something called flatlining, which is a kind of way of freezing yourself emotionally. And of course, as women, we need to be very aware of how we might actually disconnect a lot from our feelings. And things can get very heavy, very challenging, and very threatening for us because we have so much emotion and so much to manage. And so there were some great tips on how to work with these kinds of coping mechanisms and make them more healthy for our functioning. We looked at emotional intruders, things that sit inside of us that affect us, and also the outcomes of this whole workshop was really to be able to shift the mood, to look at one's response to stressors, to work on one's character, and to manage emotions. And today we have the great honor of having some of the guests that were in these workshops sharing their personal testimonials with us. Very exciting moment to be able to give the floor to these lovely ladies that experienced these workshops with all of us, and all the great people on the health pillar stand united to share out this very important message that we need to really diversify and upgrade our self-care from now on going forward. And I hand over then to the ladies who will explain to us how they did that from following these health pillar workshops. Next slide, please, Lumka. I think our first testimonial speaker is Mama Yvonne. And if you're around, Mama Yvonne, would be lovely to hear from you. And Dr. Selena, if you have a few words you'd like to share about your presentation, maybe you can give us a few minutes just to say hi. I see that you're back on the call here. And then we'll also hear from Patty Washington. Mama Yvonne.
Thank you so much. I think it was, for me, it was an eye-opening and a life-changing opportunity. Thank God I attended all the sessions. All I can say that I have learned that we need to take it easy in life because our health comes first, but also let us have a holistic approach. I enjoyed each and every moment, slowing down, learning how to manage stress better. And I think also getting to know that sleeping is not just getting into bed, it's a real sleep, what it means, but also my passion about the healing power of story and reading. So all I can say is that our health is our wealth. It's important to take care of ourselves.
Thank you so much, Mama Yvonne. And to Patty Washington, what about your experience? Let us know your testimonial. Thanks so much for sharing.
Hi, yeah, I went to the one ridding ourselves of emotional toxicity, and I think Dr. Spillane is amazing. She really walks her talk in female leadership. She talks from the heart, and not only does she do her research, but she lives it so much. And she's made her life so much better by what she has went through. And she didn't stop there. She went ahead, and after she went through all the stuff, healed herself, she also is teaching all of us. And she really shows her passion when she does a workshop. And I love, the ridding ourselves of emotional toxicity. I learned a lot, especially talking about our feelings, of our negativity beliefs and how that affects our body. She gives steps on healing, speak it, forgive it, renew it, and change it. And I am so glad to be a part of Female Wave of Change because we have these amazing speakers that come in to really help all of our lives. And I'm just really thankful that they're here and doing that. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Patty Washington. And over to you, Dr. Selena, for the closing feedback on your great workshop and really the whole health pillar contribution. Please unmute,
What I did. It was
I
stupid.
can't imagine a workshop or a group of women better than
the women who are part of Female Wave of Change, who sat here and took hold of my work and made it a beautiful melody. Thank you for allowing me to be absent because I had no internet. So I was trying to get in on various devices and I kept getting in and shut out. So I want to thank all of you for having my back. Thank you, Patty and Mommy Vaughn, for your wonderful words. And yes, I'm not going to keep us. Hellenique, you absolutely did a glowing job of my work. I appreciate every word that you mentioned. So let's always remember to unlock, look at what's holding us in and holding us back. Let's look at unveiling, to really confront it, piece it together, get those fragmentations into a feeling for forgiveness and healing, and then unleash it. Find where the authentic us resides. So until another time, we can have these conversations again. Thank you and God bless. And I appreciate every single one of you.
Excellent. Thanks so much to an amazing team, Health Pillar and Female Wave of Change. Your inspiration and vision for the future inspires us all. Thank you to the previous team leader, Lunka Maneli, and to all the great people that have been participating with us. And going forward, we look forward to more and more responsible self-care. Back to the organizers. Thanks for everyone.
Thank you, Helen, and thank you to the health team. I think you said it right that, somebody said, I think it's Mami Vaughn, that your health is your wealth. So thank you for reminding us of that important factor, but also for giving us some practical everyday tools and practices that we can implement and use in our lives to really prioritize our health. So I love to think about sleep that, and even I posted on it that, sleep is not a disease that you can cure with caffeine. I think a lot of people, get trapped in that as long as I can keep my body going, it's fine until the body literally crashes down. That's one thing I always say to people around me, that you only have one body. You're not going to get another one, not in this lifetime at least. So we really need to take care of ourselves. And I think it's very important that we take care of our holistic well-being, our physical well-being, our mental, our well-being, our spiritual well-being. And we need to make sure that every day we feed them, we nurture them, and we take care of them as much as we take care of everything else and everyone else. So, and women tend to be very bad at that. Let me say mothers. Mothers tend to be very bad at that. They will take care of everybody else but themselves. And I think these are great reminders. I think it will be great to have a view of some of those seminars for people who could not attend them. Right, so now we're inviting the education team, the education pillar, which is my pillar, by the way. I'm part of the education pillar, and it's going to be led by Stephanie, talking about the future belongs to learners. So the education team, Stephanie, I hope you're ready. Over to you.
Yes, I'm just sharing my screen. I'm just going to put it on slideshow. Okay, can you see my screen? I just want to check. Yeah. Oh,
yes,
perfect.
confirming. Thanks, Stephanie.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm just going to change the. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted to do. Sorry. Okay, so dearest Female Wave of Change tribe, wave makers, ambassadors, wise women, board members, and esteemed guests. I'm Stephanie Mitrano, and I'm a member of the Circle of Wise Women, and I'm also a member of Female Wave of Change, the Netherlands. But today I'm here as a member of the Education Pillar team, and I'd like to share with you about our actions this year, also introduce the team and talk about the impact of education and also lifelong learning. Our aim is to inspire local teams to action it's also to share wisdom and best practices around the world to support these actions. Like what the other pillars are doing, basically, it is about education. It is about sharing all this wisdom on different subjects. So really, I think this is a key part of what Female Wave of Change is doing, is really about sharing experience and best practices and knowledge around the world so that it can benefit and truly inspire and also get the change going. We believe that the future belongs to learners. That's our subtitle. And I think this is really important, that staying curious and the one who dare to feel vulnerable by saying, I don't know, and still have the courage to step forward and then grow with others. I think this is what education and learning is about. And we believe that in sharing, and also I think that's what our team wants to do today. So we'll do just that. Of course, we have 3 speakers today. So myself, then Renee, and then Mom Yvonne. But of course, our team is much more than the 3 of us. So you have here an international team like the other pillars. So Renee, you will see in a minute. Pablo, who you've seen also earlier, Mom Yvonne, Adriana, I think you're here. Yes, I saw you. Lina, Tato, who's one of our MCs today, and Faiza. So, and Filia. Where is Filia? I can't see. Sorry, I've got several screens, so I can't see all of it. Basically, our team has been contributing and working together in sharing our own wisdoms, because obviously some of us have our own specialties, background, whether it's in education, whether it's as parents, whether it's as teachers, mentors, coaches. Everyone is a teacher and can contribute. But the idea was also to help other teachers around the world. And when we say teachers, really in a wide sense, it's not just the school teachers. So this is our team, and we've been working in 2021, we say, on different things that we want to share with you a little bit about today. One is the Women in Leading in Change program. Renee will share a bit more about its impact, and that's really important. And that's one of the key programs for Female Wave of Change. It's been running for a couple of years, and it's really getting momentum. And I think it's really an important part of what Female Wave of Change is doing. But it's not only that, because there's also things that are more local actions, like the Reading Writing School Drive in South Africa. And I think someone, I think it's Renee or Pablo, are going to share about this either today or tomorrow. Great action there. We talked about Mindful May, and I think it's linked also to the health team in that way, which is really about any learning that you may have needs time to sink in and to be integrated. So sometimes, taking a step back, reflecting is part of learning. So really not to forget about that. It's not about reading, intaking loads of information. It's really about integrating it. Storytelling month was in June. So Mom Yvonne was leading that, and she will tell us a lot more about this. And storytelling is really a key thing. It's a very feminine way of sharing. And I think that has been something done throughout the history of humankind. I think we've been sharing stories forever. And let's keep that going, because this is how we really transfer wisdom and help each other. In July, we had a resourcefulness campaign with little posters. I will talk about that in a minute. And also coming up in October, so very, very soon, is a Teacher Month. So again, we'll be doing some things to help local teams celebrate the teachers of the world. And also on loads of other actions have been going on, and these are things we've been sharing throughout the year about inspiring good citizenship, encouraging parents to pledge involvement and investment in educating their children, because the parents are the first teachers. Where possible, we supported and also participated in different projects, sessions of other pillars as well. I think that's a beautiful thing that's been happening with Female Wave of Change, is that, yes, there are different pillars on different subjects, but also there are some collaborations, and you could see Mom Yvonne, who's in the education pillar, talking about health, and you know, there's the collaboration between the environment team and the education team. I mean, all of this is really a nice working together. So now let me speak about one of the action, which was Resourcefulness Month. In July, we shared 6 tips. So you see two of these on screen right now about resourcefulness. And basically, it was about how to develop resourcefulness, because we believe that it is a key mindset, being resourceful, trusting that you can do something, believing in yourself, using whatever you have. And I think the economics team was really touching on this earlier. You know, maybe you don't have that many resources, but do with what you have. And being resourceful is really a mindset to do that. And it helps you getting unstuck. That's the idea. It's really feeling empowered and not stuck. So each tip that we shared had like a short insight, as you can see, and a practical exercise, because learning is really not just about knowledge, like knowing how to develop resourcefulness. The real impact, and that's what we want to talk about here today as the education pillar, the real impact is when this learning is embodied, this learning is integrated, so that it can create a physical impact, transformation in yourself, in the world, in schools, in relationships, in anything that you put your mind to. So that's really thing that, because when we started sharing these tips, for example, we were like, okay, so how can we measure, okay, that's very masculine, but how can we measure the impact of our poster campaign? Yeah, because we use social media. So of course we have tools, and we can look at, how many views on the posts and how many likes, how many comments. And yes, we looked at that just to get an idea, but this is not really measuring the impact of learning. This is measuring the visibility of our actions. It is measuring our potential impact. How many people did it reach, in a way? Because the real answer to what is the impact, it really lies in the stories of the people in our communities who have practiced the tools, who maybe have gained some insights from these practices that we suggested. And maybe they even have shared this with their community. And that's what we want to hear. So in a way, what I'm saying here is, when you are learning something, maybe from Female Wave of Change or other sources, show the impact, share the story of what have you done with your learning, how did you share it with others, because this is really how we can, in a way, measure, maybe not the word measure, but touch, grasp, understand, realize the enormous wave we are creating. So we can see, this wave of change in action, on the field. So, this is an invitation to share your stories, share what you've learned from us, but also from others, from books, from teachers, from mentors, from coaches, and from life in general. And take the time to reflect upon these experiences, and share your stories and your learning, so others can be inspired as well. Because the idea is that if you share how much you've learned, how much it was inspiring for you, then the others might want to follow in your footsteps and say, oh, I want to learn too. So it helps motivate others to action. And I think that's really an important thing. And we've been talking about proactivity. We've been talking about really generating and helping others, in that movement, in that change, and often sharing stories and kind of putting a little pinch of curiosity in other people's mind is a motivator to action. So that's all I wanted to say really about resourcefulness. Obviously, I'm available if you have questions about this, if you want to see them again, if, for whatever reason, and the rest of the team is really listening to what's going on. But for now, I'd like to move on to Renee, because she's going to tell us about the Women in Leading in Change program. And it's a program she created with a group of board members, wise women and teachers, and she has been leading it since the beginning a few years ago, and she has followed also the alumni. And I think that's really, really precious, because as I was saying, this is where the impact is when you follow the students, the coachee, whoever has been with you part of the way in their learning journey. What happened next? What have they done with it? And that's, I think, the best part. So Renee, over to you. I'm just going to move to the next slide.
Thank you, Stephanie. And this is exactly what we wanted to bring across in our session, the impact of our actions in general in the education team within Female Wave of Change. And it builds on the theme that we had of our conference in the last 2 years, achieving tangible results together. So we'll just first start with a little bit facts. I'm not gonna talk too much about the content this time, so we'll have to wait for tomorrow about that. Suffice to say that Women Leading in Change it's a leadership program, transformational. It really focuses on women to step into their leadership, their authentic feminine leadership, and gain trust in themselves, uncover the leader that they are. More tomorrow. Now we're going to go to a little bit facts and impact. So we started in January 2019. We have until now done 7 groups, 7 cycles of the program in a little bit maybe different forms, but always with the same core of uncovering the leadership in yourself. We've had the pleasure and the gratitude to work with 21 different teachers. They all bring their wisdom. The teachers are all from our own community. Some of them you will hear in the conference, of course. And they bring their wisdom, they bring their free time, and they always bring a mix of content, let's say theory, concepts, and practical tips. And that's a really great good of the program. 30 countries have been represented in our students, in our alumni, and these are almost 70 women who've went through the program. And that's beautiful impact. So if we go to the next slide, you'll see that our alumni are from, across the globe. So it's a truly global program from east to west. And of course, that comes into different forms because, of course, people from the US and Canada, they may face challenges to be in the program because it's in their work hours, and still they have done it. When we move to the east, it's even maybe more challenging because those people are with us in the middle of the night. I still remember Susie from Australia and Dae Young from Korea, and many more who were, in the early hours of the morning, they were in the program and they were just they never missed a spot. So of course, one of our things is thinking about the future. Can we accommodate both East and West in a different form than just focusing on our middle time frame? Anyhow, next slide really gives you a couple of quotes of that impact, because that's what we wanted to share with you. The quotes are real life quotes of people in our program. So let's just go through them. I gained the courage to take the next step, clarity of my vision and mission. And the clarity is really about, there is something burning in me. Someone else, Bonnie, always calls it fire in your belly. And what is it? So many people have told us that through the program, they got this clarity. The one on the top left is my favorite, more confidence in my authentic feminine leadership. So be yourself, be you're good, you're strong as you are. We are worthy of leadership, and the world needs us. So if we can bring that across, how beautiful is that? Another quote, and many people have told us that they love the combination of what I told you before, the let's say, a little bit theoretic background of certain concepts, and also then the practical tools that live on. And the live on is important for us because the impact that we see is not only on the women in our program. We also see about they carrying on their knowledge and wisdom and practical tools in their environment. And we spoke about it even today again. Touching those women touches women and men and children in their community, in their family, in their organization, and that's where the change happens. It doesn't happen, global it happens in the program, but then it moves forward. So that's just a beautiful thing for us to see in our alumni. Next slide, please, Stephanie, because that really gets into even more tangible impacts. I mean, the slide before is just sort of, okay, this is what they tell us, but this is what really happens. People got promotion at work. They changed careers. I've counted. It's like 30% almost did the change, either in promoting or changing career or start their own business. More than 10 did start their own business. We have, if I'm correct, more than at least 7 or 8 books written by alumni. Paballo has written a book, amongst others, about her life journey. Sophia, who is I see in the conference right now, has spoken about how the gratitude journal, how you can do it. Regina, who we also saw in an earlier workshop today, she has written a book about networking, and now she's even doing more things. So you see that it's just a terrific impact on people that have been through the program. Family impact. I want to talk a little bit about this. This is about women rediscussing in their home situation how to redefine tasks and activities. So important. It's not only on the women to take care of everything, and to organize everything. So that's why I wanted to highlight the family impact. Pay it forward. That's really what I'm we're gonna go into now. Paying forward is really, again, taking the impact of the program in your own community or family. Using your experience and learnings from the program in your home front locally, where the change happens. Some of our alumni are now teachers in Women Leading in Change. How about taking it forward? Paballo, yeah, you can go ahead, please share that slide, which is a beautiful follow-up of Paballo, our current wave maker in South Africa, former board member, Female Wave of Change. She has taken up upon herself with other colleagues to just go, I think about 10 or 11 schools in Soweto, visited them, shared the power of learning, reading, and that campaign just had a great impact. So that's really paying a great example of paying it forward. There are alumni also that started or taken their learnings in their own activities, like avoiding that young girls getting to child marriage. So that impact is just terrific, and I'm very happy to see that happening. So now I want to ask Melanie to unmute herself, and Stephanie, maybe you can stop sharing, because I want to go for another real life testimonial. There's Mel. Hi, Mel. Melanie is our ambassador in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe Female Wave of Change ambassador. She's currently working and living in Kenya, in Nairobi. And she has that's another interesting fact. The program is for women of all walks of life. So it's not, I mean, Melanie has more than 20 years experience in the telecom industry. She is a a leader in marketing and strategy, and she embarked on the program 2 years ago, very early on. And I just want to talk a bit with her about the impact that she has seen for the next few minutes before giving it over to Mom Yvonne. So Melanie, welcome. Thank you for being here. And I just want to start with the first question. Why did you embark on Women Leading in Change? What brought you with us?
Okay, thank you so much, Renee, and everyone who has spoken before. And also thanks to our founders. I'll always acknowledge that. So the Women Leading in Change program, when it was offered, I think the first time I missed it, but I really wanted to, embark on it, but this was due to work. So when I then did, I really was, it was a great experience. And the reason why I'd actually initially joined was because I was looking for something that had a transformational element in it. So many programs are available, and you can go online these days and try and do a self-help. But what I discovered in this course and the elements that were, with the unique selling propositions for this was really something I was, that really involved my environment, my family, and just the community at large. So I was like, you know what, let me embark on this. It's promising transformation, not only for myself, but what I can also do for the community. And I also wanted to learn a lot through that self-reflection, which really the program offers. So yeah, those were the main reasons. And just also the fact of networking with a lot of people and meeting a lot of people. Like today, I think today I've seen 30 new people that I have not met, and I'm wondering, oh, who is this? Who is this? But with time, we'll get to know each other. Yeah. So that was the reason why I joined this program.
What are some of the highlights that you have taken from the program, Melanie?
Okay, some of the key highlights really come from the program's content, which I heard Renee saying you really take people through. But it really, for me, was the way the tools that were being presented to us, the type of facilitation really helped me. Why I'm saying that is it was quite practical in that I'll be able to continuously go back to it and reflect and use the same content to just reinvent myself, during a different situation. So I'm able to go back to my notes and do that. So, there were things like, doing your SWOT analysis. Believe you me, it's done differently. The ecology of life. There was also the blueprint around the tree of life. Great blueprints, which the facilitators really used. Some of the highlights that came for me out there. It was very engaging, so it's not complex. It's not very corporate-like. So you're able to be taken through what this tree of life is and how you can use it for your benefits.
Thank you. And because, of course, we are focusing on leadership, women leading in change. So maybe you can share one or two things that changed in your leadership after the program.
Okay, so one of the things that really changed for me is my leadership is where I discovered that, I don't have to be 100% perfect as a leader. The fact that I have got certain strengths, I play to my strengths. And, as a leader, you have people around you who can, lift you much higher, who have even strengths in areas that you don't have strengths. So I came to recognize that there was so much pressure before where you want to excel at everything as a leader. But after you do the self-evaluations and reflections and the various teachings you get from the coaches, you realize, you know what, if you're not a great finance person, why don't you have someone like Gladys, help you and, lead, yes, but she can come in and step in and speak about those things while you play at your greatest strength in whatever you're trying to achieve. So that is one of the benefits that came, from this program for me.
Super. Well, I think you and I could talk through, for 10 minutes, but we have to be mindful about our time slot. And I do want to give enough space for the beautiful storytelling of Mom and Fun. So thank you very much, Melanie. I think that does give
so
another
much.
Individual and personal perspective to our program. And tomorrow we'll go back and talk a little bit more about the design and how it came about. And
that's fine.
Now,
Thank you, Renee.
Go to Mom Yvonne.
Thank you, Renee, and thank you, Melanie. These are inspiring stories, and we love stories. So that leads us to our dearest Mom Yvonne from South Africa, and she's going to tell us about her favorite subject, storytelling, and the many stories we share so we can grow together. So Mom Yvonne, over to you. I'm going to share my screen again, but you can get started, I guess.
Thank you so much, Stephanie, Renee, our education team. Wow, I have another new story to tell. Thank you to our lifelong learners. What a long time just sitting and listening and engaging. And that's what storytelling is about. You can sit around that campfire and share. I'd like to say, today is a special day in South Africa. It's Heritage Day, but the heritage is not only confined to South Africa, it is a worldwide phenomenon. It is a gift to us. It is an opportunity to remind us that we are where we are because of those who came before us, from generation to generation, who were so selfless and willing to share their knowledge, their skills, their values, their wisdom, and everything else that we need to navigate. Yes, indeed, in this day of artificial intelligence, we need to look at where we come from and open our minds to learn new things. But let me tell you something, stories never die. They'll always be there. We always need to sit around that campfire. Having spent the whole afternoon listening to us, I'd like you at this moment to pause a little bit. Let me share a story that always inspires me. And I always go to this book of Awakening Your Inner Wisdom and learn from it. They say life is a song, you must sing it. Life is a story, you must write it. Life is a puzzle, you must solve it. Life is a challenge, you must face it. Life is an entertainment, you must enjoy it. Every moment of every day of your life is a new day. So that's what a story is about. It's not only about pain and grief and problems. It is also about sharing the beauty of life, the joy, our experiences, our skills, the journeys that we have traveled, good or bad. And on that note, I have to say, we are so grateful as the education team for the support that we've got over the 2 years from 2020 to 2021. We have received over 70 interesting stories. They are from a diverse team, multidisciplinary, touching on different things, sharing tools. We've also received 21 letters from young women who said, hey, we're gonna stand up and hand over the baton to the first mothers and teach them the lessons and what we experience during the first delivery of our babies, which was powerful. We've got videos to share, and all of that is across the globe, across age, across creed, across status. It is so beautiful because we are all authors of our lives. We better own it and tell our story. Don't die with that story in your heart. The world needs it, and that is what inspiring lifelong learning through storytelling from generation to generation is all about. It is about transmitting knowledge, transmitting wisdom, skills, and values, everything that we have learned. And it's not only limited from books. We have just heard that we can sing our story. We can be poets through our story. We can be artistic, we can draw pictures. There is so much that we can do. Yes, of course, when we read books, there is knowledge. But when we tap into inner wisdom, we connect the minds and hearts. And that is so beautiful. So let's just look at a few things why stories matter. And do they actually matter? Of course, yes. Not only do they heal us, as we have heard from the health team, but they have unlimited potential to shift our thinking, change our attitude and behavior. That's the big thing, because that's what we're looking for. We have said in the past that education is that which lives on when the lesson is over. And that's what stories tend to do. So let's embark on the journey. We are inspiring you to continue to transmit knowledge, skills, and wisdom to those who are not even born yet, because when we write our stories, when we document them, they will never die, they will be there. I still enjoy even authors who have passed on. Abu Mam Helen Kuzwayo, Abu Mam Emma Mashinini, strikes have always followed me, whether the story is about Maya Angelou, or about Bessie Head, or Chinwe Chebe, oh, Ngungi Wachiongo, the story will always be there and touch you. So at this moment, I'd like you to go deeper and say, what are you keeping in your heart? What is this treasure that you're denying us that you are not going to share? And there are many mediums in which you can do that. You can even sing a song for us. You can even pray your story. So please do that, because life is all about and research, literature, and ancient wisdom, and our own experiences are there to give tools, to empower, to engage, and to enlighten those who are willing to tell their story. So let's continue to search for that quest, for that meaning in life, because stories, I think Stephanie has just said that they've always been there, because as human beings, research and history tells us that we are forever on a journey of discovery, trying to find answers, trying to find wisdom to deal with our current situation. And of course, as the female wave of change, that's the way to reshape the future. Reshaping the future requires us to keep learning and to keep growing, to keep innovating and to keep creating new ways of living. We have had great stories from our health team, from the economy team, and we're still gonna hear more from humanity as well as from the environment. So that on its own already tells us that it's so important. And how so? How can we do it? One of the many other ways is that stories can convey culture, our experience, like I've said, and they can transmit our feelings and attitude so others can learn and change as well. For instance, I think there's a researcher, Mike Pecco, find out in engaging with the people who have listened to others telling their story that there is transformation going on. When you listen to other stories, something shifts, you change your ways, but also you can also, That's the power of stories. So I know with Mami Vaughn can go on with the story. So over above and transforming, stories can also reveal things that you didn't know about, but they can also confirm and affirm that this is what you've been doing and it's the right thing to do. So there are just a few things that as education team would like to look at moving forward, because we believe that language is lineage. And of course, language is important. It's important for our authors, for the ambassadors in different countries, to encourage those who have written their stories to translate them in local languages. Language is power. But also, let's not forget that we've got deaf people, those who cannot hear us, but who've got other ways that they can learn. So we write, but we also have got people who cannot read. So let's do audios. And I'm so glad that Babalo Maketa, who has written the book on mountains and hills to overcome, has already done an audio on that. So continue to publish your books, continue to establish reading clubs, continue to establish other ways in which you can share your story. As we have said that there are many ways of narrating a story. And by the way, you don't necessarily need to be a storyteller or a poet. We all have a story in life. You're not an extra. So we are so grateful. Let's move on, reshape the future, and tell your story. And you can only do so when you know your story, because we need to own our stories so we can share them and touch lives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mom Yvonne. We would really like to encourage the learners in you all to discover the many ways you can learn, and support also the teachers in you to share what you know. And Mom Yvonne, you just do it so beautifully each time. We are a little bit over time, so I just wanted to check with our organizers. We had a small video to show, but it's only a few minutes, but I just don't want to overstep.
We are way over time, Stephanie. And I don't want to be biased because I'm part of the education pillar.
Okay.
And our keynote speaker is actually here. So we are still going to hear from Dr. Avina. Yeah, she's here now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. Thanks for understanding. And thank you so much to the incredible education team. As said, guys, we are running way out of time, and we really want to make sure that, we don't go over, make sure that completely over our time. Before I introduce Dr. Amina briefly again and ask her to take stage, please can we switch on our cameras, all of us, for a camera moment. We need to capture this. It's going to be very quick. Quick, switch on your camera, fix your lipstick very quickly. Debello is going to be taking pictures. So because it's about 3-4 pages, because there's many of us on the call, just allow some few seconds. So put our best smiles on and let us take a picture. Debello, you'll let me know once you're good.
Yes, Tato. I'm still missing some faces. Okay, we still, if we could just ask one more time if the ladies can just put on their cameras. Okay, take one more. And perfect. Oh, this is a great one. Oh, this is even a better one. Thank you, ladies. Thank you.
Thank you, Tims. And I probably look very dark. Electricity literally just went off where I am. So I apologize for that. I have no electricity since the past hour. I'm holding on a thread. But yes, we are very delighted and really humbled, especially because of where she's coming from right now. So we are grateful for Dr. Amina to have joined us today, for God to get in the courage and the strength physically to be here with us this afternoon. Dr. Amina, we're gonna, we have 15 minutes just with you. And I read your incredible bio earlier when you're about to. I'm just gonna say that again to remind everyone, Dr. Amina is the founder and consul general of Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. And today she's talking to us about the role of women in creating the future. Dr. Amina, thank you for joining us, and you have 15 minutes. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I apologize for my tardiness. I'm going through radiation right now. So it's a personal journey of redemption and recovery. So I was a bit tardy this morning, and I thank you so very much for allowing me to still speak from a very shaken voice, but a very powerful, powerful spirit. I have to pivot the conversation just a tad bit. It is since my recent diagnosis with breast cancer last year that I've taken a small hiatus from dutiful work to mission-filled work. And part of that is allowing me to understand that after my breasts were removed and after my ascension into this next level of what life is to look like, there was a bit of introspection, of course, that had to be taken. There also had to be a bit of knowledge that had to be gained and wisdom to impart. And some of the things that I was looking at in my leadership was not necessarily my past tasks and things that you can read off of a bio. But what is my intention right now? What is my true transparency and focal attention in leadership right now? It's very easy to put on a title and speak through a rank or privilege or even status in the UN or AU or even ECOWAS. But what are we really bringing to the table when we speak or when we offer and ordain our mission and purpose with each other? So this pivot may be a little hard and rough around the edges, but I pray that it will be welcomed by everyone to understand that this is really the catalyst for greater change, not because it's my opinion, but because I think it's, as I mentioned to Ingrid, it is the pink elephant in the room that we have to begin to address and begin to see in a more comfortable way. So prayerfully, my words will bring you comfort in bringing this forward. Now, that pink elephant in the room, of course, is privilege. And this is something that most of us speak through and don't even realize that our unconscious bias is bringing us tales of prosperity and positivity, professionalism, and even growth has to deal with your access to privilege. What we used to say in the past is not, we say it now, it's not what you know, it's who you know. When my parents were growing up, it was the education that you had to have in order to get ahead. But now, the story is, who's your daddy? Who's your mommy? Who's the one that is helping you to bring forth this excellence that you have? Who is the one that sponsors you? Who is in your network that begins your net worth in how you present yourself in society? So that privilege is seen as a dysfunction in certain areas. I know when we talk about race relations and we get sensitive in that, we always talk about rank and status and role and who is where and who has the greater influence. And we even have a new word, it's called influencer, which I don't even know what an influencer is. I thought everyone that had a brain was influential in some way. But now there's a title, there's a genre, there's a thing that speaks to some professionalism that we have to expert ourselves in. And I even hate that word because expert means that you're the best in that topic, and that's not true. So for when we use these words, when we use this language, it's all of privilege. We feel as though we can use these words because society has allowed us to use this and give us comfort in this status. Well, I'm here to rip that Band-Aid off today, because there are women around the world that don't need your status and your accolades. They need your hands-on work. They need you to privilege them into an understanding that they are equally as important as your status and your privilege. So we're going to talk a little bit for about 5 minutes on ways that we can soften the blow and begin to transition or pivot, since that's the new in vogue word, into a way to begin to surface this goodness. Now, how does that look? That looks like a word that we automatically know. What face do we put on? And I like to use this analogy, and actually it's FACE, it's actually an acronym. FACE means it's FACE, and there are 4 words that we start talking about when we talk about this pink elephant and reducing privilege and rising up in the understanding of what we need to do in our work. Now I noticed how everyone else was speaking and everyone had their camera on. Now when I start talking about this pink elephant, I notice everyone kindly goes and gets some tea or fixes their makeup. And I notice the cameras are gone. So I will speak to you in a gentle voice, and prayerfully it won't be too harmful. So maybe you can return and see this as a vision in goodness rather than something to avoid, because this is what happens. We avoid this pink elephant, and we're afraid of talking about this because it's painful. It stirs up legacy in the past that may not be comfortable. It stirs up behaviors and manners that we may not want to atone or maybe even account for. But what I like to see is that this face that we put on will allow us to see that this is possible for us to transition into goodness without it really even being seen. Something that we can do kind of unconsciously, consciously, and be able to do it subtly so that it's brought into the picture without anyone seeing our past or the negativity of what our privilege has brought us. So let's talk about the first letter in FACE. FACE, F-A-C-E, is forgiveness. Simple. Or is it? Forgiveness is the formal release from obligation, guilt, or punishment. Now, if we look at that definition really closely, the formal release from obligation, guilt, or punishment means we don't hold the past as your greatest thought or your greatest action. We don't hold the grandparents of the slave owners of my grandmother, my great-grandmother, accountable for what their grandchildren now do to us now. My last name, my maiden name is Bell, which is very German. So clearly that was not of my roots. But what we realize is that those that owned us, those that gave us the name Bell, did so because those times required them economically to have us in their possession. Now, as free persons, we are now able to set a tone for our own lineage and our own greatness of dynasty. But knowing that that was in my past, we as a family got together and we forgave the Bell family. The Bell family of Wiesbaden, Germany. We traced it back and we found out that we were from the Bell family in Riyadh. I keep saying Riyadh because we have a lineage in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, but in Wiesbaden, Germany. And we collectively got together as a group, as a family reunion, and we dedicated that reunion to the forgiveness of the Bell family. And we said we were going to, some of us still hold the name Bell, but what we're going to do is we're going to forgive you for doing this to our family, for taking our lineage and our name, taking our sponsorship and who we were integrally. So that released them of any obligation. So if we ever meet a future Bell in our family, if we ever know the great-grandson of our slave owner, we don't hold that animosity anymore because they didn't do anything. So that's the first step that we had to do, is forgiveness. This is a conscious and deliberate decision to release resentment or vengeance to someone who hurt or harmed us intentionally. This is also giving forgiveness to someone that never asked for it. How courageous is that? This is also a point that leads us to point 2, which is the A in FACE. This is atonement. Atonement is reparations for a wrong or injury. This is repairing the act. Now, in the African-American community, every time we hear reparations, we always think, oh, there's money attached to this. Stop it, stop it, stop it. Just like when you're in the church and you talk about tithes and offerings. Tithes and offerings doesn't have to come in money. It can come in stewardship, in benevolence, or just kindness toward others. It doesn't have to come in money. Stop always looking for money. What we need to look at is we have to look at how they right the wrong. If someone has the privilege, then they need to begin to welcome and include those into that privileged circle. That is a way to build the posterity of a people. That is how other generations brought posterity to their community, by getting attached to other people and letting them rise up. Case in point, look at the Italians. They came here, they set up their shop. We call it the Italian families, as we'll do it on a nice saying. We use the Italian families. They brought in the Irish, they brought in some of the Jews, they brought in some of the traditions that were other communities and helped them to rise up in status. So what we need to do is understand that those that have the privilege have the responsibility and the accountability to now bring in the atonement to those that don't have, including them, not just adding on. That is a difference. When you add someone on, it's like, oh, we're planning this and you can come. Yeah, that's not cool anymore. Inclusion means we're planning this, come to the table during the planning. Let's begin to include people in the planning rather than add them on to the celebration. It doesn't feel good when you're asked to come to the party. What feels good is to know that you are part of the logistics of the party, because then our culture, our tradition, our heritage, our language, and even some of the authenticity of us as a people is included in that party. So we don't have to feel like we have to shapeshift and adjust to the fever of what the community or the event is having. We can bring our own authenticity and be ourselves because we were included in the logistics. So that's atonement. The C is contrition. Contrition. This is the reconciliation, which is different than atonement. The reconciliation is understanding that there is remorse in what we're dealing with in face value. No, you didn't do this. You weren't a part of the current Bell family. You didn't enslave us as people from the Republic of the Gambia. You didn't take us on and make us work your lands. No, you didn't do that. What you did is you continued the privilege and the entitlement through how you act in society, okay? So the contrition is stepping back and realizing that just because you have the power doesn't mean you have to own the power. Power is like energy. It can be dispersed. It can be delegated. It also can be given to other people and still not lessen your shine. So that contrition is the restoration of friendly relations. And as my notes read, it is similar to understanding how children play. Now, here's the thing. You know how children play, 1 minute, that's my ball, give it back to me, don't take this, and stop hitting me, and that type thing. And then 5 minutes later, they're the best of friends. They're hugging, they're loving, they're sharing their toys, they're feeding each other cookies, they're feeding each other's cookies, wet and mushy as they are, they're still sharing it. Why? Because children don't hold on to anger and pain. Remember, we talked about forgiveness, a conscious and deliberate decision to release resentment and vengeance to someone that harmed you. So this is how children play. So why do they grow up into adults that hold grudges? That's because there's more actions and behaviors of learned behaviors of holding grudges than there is of releasing them. There's more adults that hold grudges and hold animosities and get mad because of one situation. Now I'm mad at Ingrid for the rest of my life. No, if Ingrid, it'll never happen, but if Ingrid and I ever get to ill discussion, we're adults. We can say, yes, I agree, and agree to agree respectfully, or agree to disagree respectfully. That doesn't change the sisterhood. It just changes and helps us to learn each other a little bit better. So acts of contrition is learning how to be a child again, learning how to love through the difficulties and still giving a hug at the end of that situation. That is a great formula for how we are to lead in tomorrow and how we are to teach our children so that they can leave a legacy of learning this as a real-time event. They don't have to go through the relearning after all of the pain that we have dealt with in our age. I know I'm 50 something, and I know that when we come into this understanding of who we are, we have to unlearn certain behaviors. But that doesn't mean it's going to be hard. But if learning new behaviors will allow us to begin to see this and teach this by example, they won't have to ever touch that. Our children won't ever have to know how to unlearn something because all they will know is this relearning by example that we're showing. So the last piece is the E. So we have forgiveness, F, atonement, A, contrition, C, and E is expiation. Now, if you're 1% religious, you've heard that word, expiation of sins, expiation of your behaviors, expiation of anything. If you are any part of a spiritual realm, this word is association with impermanence, which is the letting go. This is the not holding on, not allowing this to be a permanent part, releasing the concrete, returning it to sand, all of the analogies that we use when we talk about expiating something, okay? This is the act of making amends for guilt or wrongdoing. So this is saying out loud, one, like Miriam Anderson said, I will no longer do this in my life. And having everyone in the family repeat that again. I will no longer do this in my life, and repeat whatever that thing is. And you hear yourself saying this out loud. You hear yourself understanding what you're saying, and you listen to the words intently. I will no longer do this in my life. Now that could be not including people, seeing people in a certain light, reducing people because of your history of who you think they are, or even listening to the rhetoric of what you believe people are based on news media or social media, or however people are fathomed. It tickles me when I hear non-Muslims talk about Muslims and what we do and how we do it. And they want to be experts in Islam, and yet they're of Christian faith, or they're of Jewish faith, or some other denomination. And I'm like, that's like having a man say, I know what it's like to give birth, you know? And I always use that analogy because it's like, how can you speak of another tradition if you're not of that, living that, being that, and surviving through that? How can you speak of it? You can speak on it, but not through it. So that single story is where we're going to start. The single story act of redemption. Stop speaking for other people. Their voice is enough. Their voice is enough. And I'm speaking as a woman that is African American, that is of an African heritage, that is a Black woman in North America, that is a Black woman Muslim post 9/11, and that is a U.S. Gulf War veteran post Gulf War. I speak from those vessels of truth and experience, and my voice is enough. I don't need anyone to speak for me or speak for veterans of Gulf War when you could just put me on and let people hear verbatim. Stop speaking for other people. Stop giving the reference that you know more of for them than they know for themselves. Then change the behavior in your action and intention. So now do it for other people. And one of the things that I do when I speak, I don't read people's bios. I let people tell me who they are. It's real easy to read a bio about what you did, but I want you to speak on who you are. So changing the behavior and intention is letting people speak and tell who they are. It's easy I can read a bio. I can go to your LinkedIn and read a bio. Most of us here is on LinkedIn. I can just read whatever you wrote and just know something about you. But I want to hear who Bonnie is. I want to know what Nawal is doing right now in her life. I want to know more about Ingrid. I know enough to love her like I do, but I want to know who she is. What is her passions? What are her goals? What are some of the things she wants to do before she hits 50? Like, what are some of the things that she is going to do on a bucket list? I need to know that, because then that meshes our passions, our missions, our purpose. And the very last thing, and this is something that deals with the new in vogue term of mental health. This is getting help to change the behavior. So many of us think, all we have to do is just stop doing this thing and start doing this thing. No, it's not that easy sometimes. Some things are inbred in us. That is a learned thing. That is a behavior that we didn't think was wrong until we got grown and realized that that was inappropriate. These are things that is in us. And if you're over 50, it's pretty concrete right now. We got to chop away to get to that sand again. So what we need to do is realize that there's help out there to help us to do this. Reduce the pride, reduce the ego, reduce the anger, reduce the putting your hands on your hips mentality where you feel like you don't have to do this and you want to stand for this thing where I don't need to go to counseling. You might need to. And the one that resists the most is normally the one that needs it the most. So know that getting help to change your behavior is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. If we're changing our leadership and we're being the face of leadership, we as women have to realize that this is pivotal. I don't care if you're in education, if you're in mathematics, technology, science, any of the STEM, stream, whatever we are, we have to understand who is the human behind the effort. And if that human is flawed, nothing about your leadership can hold water. So we have to understand who we are. Better the human for greater humanity. That is our aim for 2022. That is going to be our mission and focus for the Federation of International Gender and Human Rights. And that is going to be our mission focus for the entire year. Better the human, the better humanity. And if you can use that hashtag, I ask that you Oh, I froze a little bit. I apologize. If you can use that hashtag, I ask that you keep it going. Better the human to better humanity, so that we can keep this going and keep this as an in vogue conversation and pivot to greatness. I thank you and I appreciate you, and humanity will be better for you.
Wow, wow, wow. Yes, yes, let's do it. Let's do it. If you can switch your camera on, your audio on, let's do it. I think it deserves it. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much, Dr. Amina. I don't even know what to say. I don't want to speak for you. You've already spoken for yourself. But all I can say is I'm encouraged. I think that pink elephant, it's really important. Most of us really like speaking from a point of privilege, and we really don't understand the true journeys of the people, what their story is really about. And that's why Mom Yvonne loves stories so much. And that is why I also love that people, write their own narratives about their own stories, so that people don't come and speak for them and speak over them. So let's keep that hashtag going, ladies. Hashtag better the human. Better the human to better humanity. Am I correct, Dr. Amina?
Right.
Right. So hashtag better the human to better humanity. And I think we spoke about it earlier, that one of the many great things that the pandemic has reminded us of is to really be more human. And to remind ourselves that we only have each other as human beings to reshape the future, to become, and to make each other better, and to create the future that we want and the change that we're talking about here. After all, we're saying this conference, it's about a change across the world, and let's keep that change going. So I really appreciate your time and all the very best with your radiation, with the journey that you're going through. I saw my mother go through the same journey, and I know what it can do, what toll it can be on your body. So really best wishes and best, positive spirit towards you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Right. Ladies, on that powerful note, I hope that all of us are energized after that. I think if you're falling asleep, or if you were thinking this conference is just taking too long, and as you can see that my light is back. You can see I'm not in the dark anymore. My lights are back. So if you were thinking this conference is taking too long and I'm really tired, I hope you were energized by that. If you were not, then you need to chat to Ingin on the side, and she'll help you about that. All right. So let's carry on, ladies. We were still busy and hearing from the amazing work that is being done on Female Wave of Change, on the pillars that, we have the work going. So we're moving right into the humanities team, led by Adriana. And I saw Adriana is here and ready. And your team, Adriana and team, if you can make it as impactful, as fast, as energizing as possible, that will be great. And I'm trusting you to do that. Over to you, ladies.
Thank you so much, dear Tato. What an amazing theme for our conference this year, a wave of change around the world. And the theme of humanity is always a broad aspect. But if we think of our own families, our communities, our systems, the ones that we relate to, then it starts making sense. And a big wave will be formed, and we can start spreading the word by the powerful words by Dr. Amina today. Better the human, better humanity. We feel cordially honored to join the conversation, and we invite you to join us today. I would like to ask our ambassador, Saskia, to share the slides for us. Can you do that for us, dear Saskia? And while Saskia starts sharing our slides, I would like to take you through a bit about humanity. So our team is formed by myself, Adriana Meyer, and our global ambassadors, and wave makers. If you can go to the next one. Yes, thanks, Saskia. Gabriela, Odiline, Anastasia, Sophia, Saskia, yourself, and Asmo. And earlier this year, we spoke about an empowered woman empowers humanity. Can we move to the next slide, Saskia? Thank you. So with this conference earlier this year, we focused on the United Nations, the 17 Sustainable Goals, and with a closer focus on goals 3, 5, and 15, we identified a pledge to the call to action to women empowerment, equality, and diversity. And most recently, we have been working on a project that we believe is key to boost this concept, the Mother's Circle of Change. Can we move to the next one, Saskia? Thank you. So I'll be sharing a bit of the context with you. And Anastasia will share the pilot project, the highlights and objectives. Then Saskia will give you an overview of the interviews and the project execution. And finally, Sophia will say some words, the final words, and the call for action. So our pilot project that's already in place will be followed by the South African team talking about mothers and sons in November. Can we move to the next one, Saskia? Let me give you a bit of our context. The Mother's Circle of Change is an initiative inspired in our Female Wave of Change, Circles of Change. And by that, we aim to create spaces in format of circles. The Female Wave of Change, circles of women, and where mothers, leaders in their communities, and their children will be able to talk, be heard, and support each other. Our main objective with this is to establish bonds and support good relationships between a mother and a daughter. And our focus in the roles of mothers, empowering them and creating accountability. And when the mothers are accountable, they are able to raise, communicate, and support their girl child. Specifically, the single mothers raising kids, such as the young women in less privileged societies that do not have access to resources such as education, health, finance, and environment awareness. So to solve the many challenges our young people are facing today, we really need to be realistic and partner with them to find suitable solutions that apply to their reality. So we started our pilot project partnering with our Female Wave of Change team in Kenya. And that's what our Kenya ambassador, Anastasia Olembo, will share with us today. This is your call to action. Thank you so much, and let's get involved. Anastasia, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Adriana. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our presentation. Next slide. Yes, so we took some time and looked at the situation in Kenya, and we were looking at the young women who, during especially the period of COVID, they were affected. Schools were closed, and we ended up having several issues. So education policy in Kenya, we have this policy that demands that all children, irrespective of their gender, should go to school, and it starts from nursery or through transitioning to the university. Although the ratio between male and female has improved in Kenya in terms of the statistics, there are still disparities that are felt across, especially in the regions. Due to COVID-19, schools were affected and children found themselves at home for a very long time. Actually, in Kenya, the schools were closed for almost over a year. And that also affected the curriculum, and it affected how the teaching and learning took place. They were exposed to because of this, they were exposed to things like unwanted child pregnancies, harassment, child marriage, drug abuse, gender-based violence, and child labor, among other things. The situation was made worse in areas, especially in the low socio-economic status, which are the informal settlement. And this is a story that we have collected from the girls whom we interacted with to get information for this study. Next slide, please. Yes, and you can see some of these girls. So what is the situation of the young women? Most of the girls are not able to go to school because they do not have someone to leave their children with. These are their voices. This is exactly what they were telling us. They also do not have resources to go back to school because their parents disassociated themselves with them after they got pregnant. Of course, from the statistics, many girls dropped out of school because they were pregnant. And it was really an outcry in the country, forcing the government to send people to go and collect data. So we were also fortunate. It is almost the same time when we had these girls who are now speaking, giving us their information. The girls do not get enough emotional support from parents and teachers. Most of the girls do not have knowledge on contraceptives and how they can use them. There is also stigma about contraceptives. So for girls, and because in our country they call it family planning. So family planning, the question is, why would the girls who are adolescent girls be planning their families? That is where the stigma comes in. But of course, we all know that if they have information, they are able then to make informed decisions, and they can delay conception, they can delay getting pregnant, and they complete their education. Most of the girls, again, do not, girls who carry their pregnancy to term do not have knowledge on how to raise these children because, of course, after all, they are children. Next slide, please. Okay. So the challenges that these girls face, most of these girls do not have access to basic needs like sanitary towels. They lack support to be able to return back to school, even though there is a return back to school policy, government policy that encourages all the girls who have had babies during this period. They are allowed to go back to school, but of course they do not have enough support for them to go back to school, and they end up getting married at an early age, and of course eventually they drop out of school. As young women now married, they lack confidence to negotiate with their spouses. They are unable to make decisions about their sexuality, which then leads to domestic violence. With their parents disowning them, the girls stay in these abusive relationships so that they cannot get support for their children. And most of the girls, we learn that they lack life skills. They do not know how to deal with issues such as peer pressure. When they are pressured by others, they find themselves not able to make decisions or to move out because of this pressure. So sometimes they get into the relationships because of what they have seen other girls doing. These kind of challenges hinder the girls to achieve their full potential academically and socially. And thinking of what we are talking about, education, for sure these are girls whose life has been cut short just because of these challenges and the situation that they have. Can I have the next slide, please? Yeah, so what support can these young mothers get? Help, assistance, support, tips, guidance, advice. So we asked them what kind of support they have. So these are their voices, but also some of the things as a group, we also felt that we can include. They would want support to go back to school because after all, they are children. And if some such support can be someone to look after the babies, someone to make sure that when they go back to school, their children will not suffer. Financial support, scholastic materials. Earlier on, they talked about sanitary pads, which keep them out of school for a very long time. And of course, because they lack financial support. So equipping them with the entrepreneur skills like tailoring to support their children and also to support themselves and their family, equipping them with life skills, mentorship, confidence building, and improving their agency. Establishment of mothers group who can be supported as a support system to take care of the young children who are left behind, but also to take care of these young women so that they can grow to full potential as they return back to school. Can I have the next slide? Yeah, and that's why a change needs to happen. Change must happen. For these mothers, look at the mothers as a mother cycle of change. Once their needs are met, once they have confidence, their skills are built, and they're able to go back to school, they can articulate their issues. These are the mothers that we see, they will actually bring about the changes because they have the changes. They have what it takes to bring about the change. Okay. Next. Okay. Thank you so much. So I want to take it over back to Saskia. Over to you. Thank you very much.
Saskia, you're muted.
Sorry about that. My name is Saskia Harkema. I'm Global Ambassador for Female Wave of Change, and I have the honor to be part of the Humanity team. And this part of our presentation is going to be more interactive, and it's going to be about the circles of change, because it's a very important topic that was addressed by Anastasia. If you just to get an estimation or a feeling for the figures, every year an estimated 21 million girls aged between 15 and 19 years in developing countries become pregnant, and 12 million of them also give birth to their children, and at least 777,000 occur of young adolescents younger than 15 years. And they become mothers. And this is why we also titled our presentation, and also we thought that it's important to focus on this topic, mothers as agents of change. So the Circles of Change is an instrument that was developed by Female Wave of Change for a specific purpose, in a sense, on the one hand, to elicit, to bring to the surface the issues around a specific topic, and then use that also to make, you could say, to do something. So what are these circles of change? A circle of change revolves around a dialogue which can take place at community level, country level, or even global level. And the goal of these dialogues is to bring groups of women together as equals, maximum 8 people, 8 women in this case, and to go into a dialogue about topics that are of major importance in a specific community or region, and difficult to discuss, and also that need solutions. Well, the topic that we just addressed is certainly a very important problem that does need solution also. A dialogue is also aimed to empower societies, to create an environment of mutual respect, empathy, to build relationships of trust and unconditional acceptance of differences, and learn from each other. So we want to go with you, that's why it's an interactive session, because a dialogue follows a certain sequence. It consists of 3 phases. The first phase is about the personal experiences. And why is that important? Because dialogue is not a place to debate in a very abstract manner about a specific topic. It starts with our personal experiences. And this is what we are sharing here also in this conference. And this is also the value of this conference, that we start with our personal experiences. It then takes us to our dreams. And from our dreams, we take it into action. So I want to ask you in this brief time I have, of course, first of all, if you could react also in the chat in that respect, and I will have a look at it. If you think about this topic as mothers, as agents of change, not only mothers that are now mothers, but also these young women that become mothers in very difficult situations. So what is a personal experience you have with this role of a mother in a community trying to become an agent of change? Can any one of you share a short personal experience or story? And if you just can mention it in the chat, I can see who of you would want to do that. The mothers are the pillars of families, and this is why their role is so important in many communities. And if we are able to address the mothers, we also have a point of entry to the families and to the communities. Can any one of you share a story of how you are maybe working also with mothers?
Yes, Saskia, good evening.
Yes, hello.
This is Fauza Belts. I'm dialing in from Dubai, Kenya.
Yes, hi, Fauza. Yes.
Yes, and
go ahead.
Yeah, I think what Saskia has actually shared, it's something that is very crucial. And having been personally doing some similar things in Kenya, I think action is needed. And for what she has shared, some of the things I always say that we can't always wait for people to give us money. But now I'm thinking the problem is there. How can we go about it and take action? So if it comes to the sanitary issues, can we make our own sanitary pads? Because that's something that the girls can actually do themselves. They need someone to train them. We just need to get the right equipment, the right materials, and we can be able to solve that kind of a problem. And yeah, also empowering the girls. Workshops, I think workshops are very important, where someone can just have the girls together and just talk to them. You know, there's some things which in Kenya, not just Kenya, in Africa, we don't talk about. You know, sexual things and, you know, how they can even care for themselves and so that they are not taken advantage of. I think this is a dialogue that we need to have so that some of those issues will be resolved. And I mean, talking about these things, Saskia, is very important, but I really think we need to take action.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Fauza. And thank you for your contribution or your comments on this, because it's absolutely true. The beautiful thing about these circles of change is, and the dialogue is that you first are having this dialogue about these topics, these very important topics you mentioned, and that the aim is indeed to also initiate a process of change. Can someone share a dream? Because dreams are so beautiful also, and dreams is also gives us a perspective towards change and a different future in relation to this topic.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Danica.
Danica here,
Yes.
from Indonesia. I don't have a dream, I have a reality. But the thing that you are saying now, we are exactly doing here in Lombok. We made a community named Lombok Sisterhood. We are collecting funds from our friends through social networks, and we buy pads and we deliver them to all high schools and primary schools. with an agreement with teachers and principals that the pads are available for all the girls and even for the teachers, of course. This was the first step. The project is really young, but we got already 67 schools in the area of Mataram, that's the capital of Lombok, that is included in the project. And we already have a lot of calls from other schools around the island that want to join to this project. And as you mentioned before, the second step that we want to do is the education project. This is what I wanted to share. So it's not about funds, it's about the passion, it's about what we can do with a small initiative if we step together.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danica, for sharing. I like that very much, this idea of a sisterhood. And this is just, you know, very in a kind of, in a very pressure cooker. I'm taking you through the steps of this circle of change. The last one is the action. So can you, and you mentioned one, Danica, but maybe someone else, can someone share a story about action and action in relation to this topic also? Because we want to make it actionable, because this is how you create change.
Hi, Saskia. Good evening, everyone. Can I share? It's Babalo.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Thanks to everyone who has joined in. What we have been doing in South Africa with regards to action is visiting the schools and establishing some sort of mentorship, you know, between us and the students, especially on these humanity and social challenges, because you find that young boys and girls do experience challenges, but they don't have platforms. They don't have well-meaning adults who can listen and advise them, you know, properly. So we have visited about 9 schools to date and continue those programs. And there are great rewards because you find a young one, I think Anastasia shared about the situation that they have in Kenya, who have been on lockdown and unfortunately they fall pregnant because there's no education and they get scared and they don't know what to do. But when you then go and say, hey, I'm here to help, you know, how do we get you out of the situation? How do we, you know, start with what went wrong and how to rectify it? It's really been working well. It's just that the need is so big and the hands on the deck are a little bit few. So that is the action that I wanted to share tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing your story. Yes, and with this, I'm also at the end of my part, but I do want to emphasize that these circles of change are really a very good instrument to, first of all, have conversations in communities about important topics, and then use them as a means and as a point of entry to develop all kinds of actions and create this wave of change that we are talking about. With having said this, I would like to give the word to Sophia, our dear Sophia.
Thank you, Saskia. Hi, everyone. My name is Sophia, and I'm the Female Wave of Change Wave Maker from South Africa. And I'm also a team member in the humanity pillar. So my responsibility is actually very easy. I'm just here to just wrap up what my team members have already spoken about, and also to raise a call of action. It is important for us to note that empowerment shouldn't be only about spoon feeding, shouldn't only be about sugarcoating, but it should also be about holding a person and teaching a person to be accountable. And as Anastasia has shared, the current situation in Kenya, young girls, young women, you know, getting pregnant, exchanging their bodies in order to support their need for, you know, sanitary pads and all of that. We also have the same situations all around the African continent. But the first question that would come in mind is, where is the mother? And that is why, as the humanity pillar, we have decided that we are not going to be, you know, part of so many organizations and so many people that empower only by words, but we are going to be part of the handful that actually take action. And as Dr. Amina said, that we will not take action for someone, but we will, you know, also involve them in the action and empower them, allow them the opportunity to take action for themselves. And that is why we have called this project to be the Mother Circle of Change, because our aim, our overall objective is to educate mothers that regardless of the cultural expectation, regardless of the societal norms, regardless of whatever circumstances or financial circumstances they might be experiencing, when there's a girl child in the home, the first person that needs to support the girl child is not only the community or the school or the girl child herself, but it is the mother. So we need, as a community, we need as organization to work closely, to focus. We have to remember that a woman is not just a woman, but a woman is a woman with many responsibilities. So that is why sometimes we are falling short in reaching our goal of empowering a woman, because we're focusing on a woman as a woman, and therefore we are not able to solve the issues and the problems and the challenges that a woman is facing. So that is why focusing on a woman as a mother at this moment to face and to break the cycle of, you know, of shame, of poverty, of, you know, abuse that the young people are going through. It has to start with the mother. We need mothers to support the girl child. We need mothers to start pulling up their socks. And that is why my call for action, our call for action as the humanity pillar, is to send the country ambassadors, to send the country wave makers, to send, you know, the country pillars or participants or contributors to say, in your community, let's start forming this cycle of mothers. Let's hear what their struggles are. Are they under oppression of cultural expectation, having to kick out the girl child because she got pregnant? Is it because they're not empowered or equipped with skills, you know, to know how to can support a girl child when she's on a menstrual period and there's no money to buy pads? Let us find out what their challenges is and work with them so that they can start, you know, supporting the girl child, and perhaps, hopefully, we will be able to stop this cycle. We will be able to, because the truth is, should this girl be able, obviously, to get the sanitary pads for the moment, it's a temporary situation because she gets pregnant. Being in poverty, she gets pregnant, she gives birth to another girl. Right? What happens? The cycle continues. So we need, as organizations, we need as women to take action and create a sustainable solution. And this is our call for action as the humanity pillar. Should you want to get involved in this project, please do be in touch with any member or Adriana, who is the leader of the humanity pillar. And that is it for me.
Okay. Everybody, thank you so much. And thank you to the humanities team. I think the challenge that you are highlighting is really a key challenge. However, we have another challenge of time, and we still have one speaker for today. Danica, can I hand over to you, and then we will conclude today's session.
Oh, hello, everybody from Jakarta, from the quarantine. I don't know if I should say this is my free and off time, and whether I'm happy or not to be locked in the room for 8 days. But I'm glad that I have this beautiful company of all of you ladies, females, and that we gather today to join in this event. So what I wanted to talk with you about is From Zero to Hero project. Just give me a second to share my screen. Just a moment. And we're going to talk about the project that I've been working on with my team for the last year, because I think it will be a really inspiring story that we can start something without having funds or having I'm having technical difficulties. I'm sorry. So, well, I will start like this. Did you ever hear about the term ecopreneur? Or even better, if I ask you all, what do you do to become an ecopreneur? We all heard about corporate social responsibility that is now a big trend and becoming like a rule in every company, which means to work in equality between social, environmental, and economic aspects. But are we really doing that? Is every company really following just the profit, or they're thinking about the people that work inside, about the humans that are part of that? And are they thinking about consequences for the environment? Since I'm part of the environmental team, I always try to keep this note of environment as a part of our lifestyle and life goals. So the project that I've been doing in Lombok Eco Flea Market, started as a platform to join everybody, communities, villages, females, women that were just wives, usually without any goals in life or feeling like they can do something for their families, and to make a collaboration between them. It was like a central collective for the many talented eco artisans working in Lombok. The problem of Lombok is that there is no hard industry, there is no factories, most of the areas is rural, and now in the last 10 years has been really developing towards tourism. With an earthquake in 2018 and now with the situation of COVID-19, many people lost their jobs. And with a platform like this, we were trying to inspire them and motivate them to find natural resources and start to make a products from it. And we were giving them a platform where they could sell those products. We have 6 principles. That's like woman empowerment or community empowerment, conscious shopping, circular economy. The products have to be earth friendly. They have to be grown in Lombok or organically. That means local roots and a pop-up. We didn't want it to build a store or something. We wanted to use the buildings that were already there, that we can give them a platform where they could sell all of these products. And we were trying to promote a sustainable and low impact lifestyle through products that are safeguarding the environment, that support local and small businesses, that will help develop ecotourism on the area, which was going really into commercial tourism. And we were trying to inspire and educate all of these communities, because they have a will, they have a traditional knowledge, and what we needed to give them is just this eco note, how to be a sustainable more. We are putting our objectives like collaboration over competition, because collaboration is the most important thing that we can give to our humanity today. If we collaborate, many beautiful things and many beautiful dreams can be achieved. We are sharing common values and vision between our community. We try to link the urban, extremely traditional island. So it's not about changing their aspects or changing their knowledge, but it's joining and linking them with like a modern or more urban things. We want to lifestyle and provide economic opportunities that prioritize environmental sustainability. Let me give you an example. We had a lady who was producing a red rice in Lombok, and when she contacted our platform, like, I really want to join because I want to sell the red rice. I'm the only one in Lombok who is growing red rice, because red rice grows in Java Island. So we said, okay, But when we asked her, how do you pack? She said in plastic bags. So we changed that, tried to find something paper or bamboo boxes or similar like that. And what she came out with was this paper bag where she printed just red rice. And I think the idea was beautiful. It was about inspiring and motivating her that she continued doing what she knows how to do just to be more eco-friendly. The second picture that I'm showing here is a collaboration between Organic Farm and Coconija. Coconija is making products from coconuts with the local communities, while Organic Farm is growing everything naturally in the north of Lombok. So they did a collaboration together, made a book of tropical Asian fusion food, and I'm going to share this book with all of you participants today so you can enjoy all the beautiful recipes from Indonesia and maybe do something about changing your lifestyle into more organic lifestyle. In the last year, we grow to 40 active companies, micro businesses, communities, or villages that are under our Lombok Eco Flea Market umbrella. We organized already more than 20 pop-up markets, and we did one pop-up shop with a shopping mall that was like a pop-up shop for 1 month, where we gave opportunity to all of these organizations or businesses that they could sell. If we give them opportunity to sell, they're gonna produce more. And this is how we can make maybe better ecopreneurs in the future, because we are giving them a support that they keep on continuing and developing in that field. We also did one successful crowdfunding campaign, which just finished in the beginning of July. So for us, we believe that future is bright and future is eco. And I wanted to show you what is basically our plan with the crowdfunding, what we're going to do with the money that we raised. We want to make a first Lombok Eco Flea Market Center in Mataram. That's the capital of Lombok. The reason why we're going to do it in this area and not in some kind of a touristic developed areas is because we want to give a big impact to the citizens of Lombok. We need to act locally. This is all what Female Wave of Change is also trying to do in this year. So, and for sure, we are also of the opinion that only locally we can act better and have a bigger impact. So we want to make a store for sustainable living, which would be a showroom, book shop and eco product shop, because our island doesn't have any kind of any of those shops. We want to give eco workshops and a library where we can share the seeds or have a library of the books, of the eco books. We want to do Eco Act to have one base where we could do cleanup events and have a help desk and hotline where people can call and tell us like there is a place where people are throwing rubbish that needs to be clean, and then we want to be the one who make action toward the government, what we need to do to make this city or this island more clean and more pretty and more environmentally friendly. We want to do more eco events where we have green table talks, seminars, improving the environmental impacts of urban residents. And we want to do a Ecopreneur Academy where we're going to educate, demonstrate and advocacy to motivate new eco business startups. I want to show you a video, so I'm gonna go back in my presentation. Eco Flea Market looks. This one was our last. It was held in July. We had around 1,000 people. We joined not just selling eco products, but we also did a beach cleanup, and we also did a mob dance, which really attract people and showed that when community joins together, amazing ideas can happen. So I hope you're gonna enjoy this moment. Just a second. Technical issues again. I'm so sorry, but I was ready for this. So let's try like this. So as you can see here, the video is presenting who are the members of Lompoc Eco Flea Market, what kind of a businesses and communities these are. Recycle, woodworking, natural cosmetic, handmade cosmetic, organic, beautiful mob dancing from all the people that joined in a beach cleanup. So I want to conclude my speech with just one quote. Whatever you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. Don't be afraid to do it. Thank you very much.
Wow, Danica, thank you so much. And you have already made a difference being, I think it's about 1 a.m. where you are, having stayed with us, you know, until this late in your time. Really thank you so much for, you know, sharing with us, you know, what you guys are doing there, and guys and girls are doing there, and for staying with us. Ladies and gentlemen, this then brings us to the end, to, you know, we're closing the session for today. It's been awesome. It's been wonderful. There is so much that, you know, has been shared, and you can see that, you know, this organization that is 5 years old is now at this point having achieved so much. And we know that there is so much more that the various teams would have loved to have, you know, shared with us, but unfortunately we had, you know, the allocated time. So if you are not actively participating in your local chapter in your country, or if you are a member of Female Wave of Change and not part of the pillars, you've seen the work that the pillars, you know, have been doing. So get in touch with the leaders that you saw here today, who are part of those pillars, and get in touch with them and get involved, because we know that the only way that this wave is going to grow is when we get involved. It's when our voices get heard. It's when we contribute to the changes that need to be made. Now, we will be meeting again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central European time. I think most of us would be able to see what that time is wherever we are. So we will be meeting again tomorrow morning. The link will be open as of 8:30 CET. So if you want to come through, Danica, do you want to close your video? We still see your
No,
video.
I think it's okay. Like I said, whatever you do makes a difference. That is what is important for us all to know.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, We'll be meeting again tomorrow morning, again going through another powerful day, really taking the wave now tomorrow, because we will be starting, in Australia, and we will finish in the States. So we hope that you'll be able to join us tomorrow and be part of the wave. And for today, wonderful day. Thank you very much. Seeing very positive, comments in terms of today's conference. Great start to the conference. Everybody has learned so much. So I just want to say to all of you, thank you very much. And I hope that you will have a restful evening and be able to sleep, for some time tonight. And we will see each other tomorrow. We'll start on time, on the clock at 9 o'clock CET tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for being with us today.